was with his mistress, who just like a week or two before this incident, he made an entire apology video with his now ex-wife sitting beside him, going, "I'm sorry for cheating on her." Yeah, it was really bad. This is like hands down one of the craziest live streams that have ever gone down on YouTube.com. And then on top of that, apparently the Lambo might have never been his to begin with.
This is where Carlos lives, guys. I am live streaming for Carlos.
13 though is wild.
Carlos has my Lamborghini right here in his garage. I'm going to be live streaming.
Is too much.
I'm going to be telling the entire story of Carlos Diaz. Who Carlos Diaz is. I'm going to be talking about all the people he's affiliated with. I'm going to be talking about how he got into my building. I'm going to talk about all of it. I'm not scared of you, Carlos! I'm sorry, I reached too fast. I'm sorry. Sorry. Okay.
But which is funny, because like I could have sworn there was a thing going around that he had like HIV or like an STD, or he had some type of sexual disease. So I only know that because my fucking friends were like envy.
Ball don't lie, right? With SoFi checking and saving, you can score one of the best APYs in the league.
This doesn't miss.
And you get your paycheck up to 2 days early.
Ball don't lie.
Ball don't lie.
I hate hearing that shit.
Join the official bank of the NBA for an epic APY and a welcome bonus up to $300. SoFi, get your money right.
Okay. We'll shoot for it.
You might just see
Makes
a
it
child.
balls
A
on
pair of chubby cheeks. But we see so much more. A supportive family. The
I
power
hated
of
that
early
shit so
education.
much.
The foundation of Arizona's
Where's my book? There it is.
Get swished on, and all you hear is somebody say,
First things first is Arizona's early childhood agency. Where we champion
Where's the dollar slide?
Arizona's future. You can too.
You're all liars.
Stay involved by visiting firstthingsfirst.org/champion.
That was the case, balls would be judges. That's not.
CFTC opening formal investigations into 15 projects that he promoted over the years. And last year, as I covered in my last video, he had a full legal and mental breakdown. He fired his attorneys and decided to handle his own court cases, which led to him sending threatening messages to a sitting judge in Georgia. He gets picked up in Florida
She ain't on me, baby, boom.
Spends 106 days in jail, and then gets arrested a second time in Georgia on charges involving harassing phone calls. So I mean, this is just a brutal look. But this is the situation as it stands right now. Ben Armstrong has completely disappeared from the internet. His
Yo,
last live
Gabba
stream on
Gabba.
his Midboy X channel was on December 19th, and after that, every single platform just went dark. No videos, no tweets, no streams. The guy used to go live like 5 times a week. Now it's been complete radio silence since then. And I guess, given everything that was happening around at the time, it's safe to say that the timing of that disappearance was not really a coincidence. And that's where we arrive at 1.6, when the Kevin O'Leary lawsuit comes to a conclusion. So I also brought up the Kevin O'Leary lawsuit at the end of my last video, but the case wasn't fully closed yet. Now, it is.
Oh, Daniel Tiger.
In March of 2025, Ben spent roughly a week on Twitter going after Kevin O'Leary, you know, the guy from Shark Tank, and accusing him of essentially ending someone's
Daniel Tiger needs to be kicked in the chest.
I guess a voting accident that happened back in 2019, where O'Leary, his wife,
I forget, but I know he's not a good boy.
And 2 people aboard.
I think he has a fucking attitude or something.
Now, what the legal record says happened is that Kevin O'Leary was a passenger. He wasn't anywhere near the controls. And he was also never investigated or charged. His wife Linda was the one who was charged with careless operation of the vessel. But
Crapmore gang, it is a rough day for the cartels. Apparently, the most wanted narco has just been killed. There's rumors that American forces were involved. And now, the gang slash cartel, that person, El Mencho, who's now been killed as leading, they have decided to completely turn Mexico upside down in retaliation. And apparently there's rumors that they're even trying to kidnap American tourists as get back to the American government and American forces being involved in the assassination of this cartel leader. Now, before I get into it, I want to say no disrespect to the cartels. You guys, hey, I don't want no issue. Hey, No issues with you guys. Okay, you guys are. I'm scared. Okay, so this is the latest news. Okay, Mexico's most wanted drug dealer El Mentor.
Reincarnated. I'm a star, baby. Life goes on my bit. Cut. Woke up, eating broccoli, hot key.
Organized crime groups are setting fires all across the Mexican resort city of Puerto Vallarta on Sunday. They're basically turning the country upside down.
Move, stretch, and strengthen at the Village. No matter what your fitness goals are, we have endless options to help you meet them. Join a class,
Get off of my feet.
your own workout. Your goals are waiting to be crushed.
I like the name of that, Dead Magic Dweller.
Every inmate thinks about escaping prison, especially when they have a lot of time. Sent to prison for 110
Strength and wisdom. I need to take a shit.
He went from strength to wisdom to
going to
life.
die in prison. And then one day, I thought, I'm gonna get out of here. So he said, Sarah's not in her bed. I said, she didn't. She's not out of here. I get a phone call, and it was Sarah. I'm on a cell phone. She just telling me she walked out of prison.
I don't know if I should text this dude and be like, hey homie, your bitch is wearing my jacket in that picture. But I don't want to ruin relationships.
Over my 3 years working as U.S. Marshals, I caught hundreds of murders. Is that thrilling? Better believe it's thrilling.
The fear was that I would lose my freedom. I did what I had to do. Run, Sarah, run.
She has a Charles Manson-like ability to manipulate people.
People have called me all sorts of names. A manipulator, that I'm psychologically, I'm a psychopath. Stop looking at me. Who is this?
Have you seen Are We There Yet, Greg? Or Are We Done Yet? With Ice Cube? So, the second one, Are We Done Yet, my favorite one, is when his wife is giving birth or whatever. He's just like, she's pregnant, he's like striving like with birth or whatever. He's like, they just pop out. He's like, hello, goodness.
All that stuff ramped up the fear.
It's just a lot of like ratchet, bro.
Because they have orders to ship this down.
I feel like I'm on the scene. This could be it. This could be the one. I've never had to shoot anybody, but that first goal has remained one.
My favorite,
Suddenly there was knock on
one of my favorite parts from one of the Boondocks episodes. He's like, I got a confession to make, and he's making confessions in the trunk with not Huey, fucking what's his name? What's the other one's name? I forget his name.
They're taking their ball and going home.
Riley? Riley, there we go. And then
And
Riley was in the fucking in the trunk with Thuglicious, or whatever the fuck his name was, and he was like thinking he was gonna die. He's like, alright, he's like my mentor, my biggest role model is Ice Cube. He's like
Sunday,
that made
handing
kids.
the country a
He's like,
consequential
oh
victory as it
hell
looks to show tangible results for the Trump administration. But Seguera, a former police officer, led the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, or CJNG, as it became one of the most powerful and ruthless criminal organizations inside Mexico, according to the US DEA. Violence would erupt in several states in Mexico after security forces from several federal branches of Mexico's military carried out the operation in the town of Tapalpa in the western state of Jalisco. Mexico's Secretariat of National Defense said that the U.S. authorities provided complementary information that supported the operation, so they're pissed at the Americans. The U.S. defense official confirmed that an interagency U.S. task force played a role in the operation. However, the precise role that the U.S. played is still unclear. Since its establishment in January, the Joint Interagency Task Force Counter Cartel has regularly worked with the Mexican military through U.S. Northern Command to combat cartel operations along the U.S.-Mexico border, U.S. officials say. However, I just want to emphasize this was a Mexican military operation, so the success is theirs. They want to distance themselves from this, okay, because it's off and on. Since during the raid, CJNG members traded fire with government forces, resulting in 4 gang members being killed, as the defense ministry said. Osafuera and 2 others were seriously injured and died as they were being transported by aircraft to Mexico City, according to the ministry. 3 Mexican military personnel were also injured in the operation and transferred to a hospital in Mexico City for treatment. Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum lauded the work of the agencies involved in the mission. Mexico's various state governments are working in full coordination to address the disorder, Sheinbaum said on Sunday, adding that activities are proceeding normally in most of the country. We work every day for the peace, security, justice, and well-being of Mexico, and that's him. Okay? Nemesio. Very, very crazy situation that transpired. Okay? Chaos has now erupted across Mexico. The military operation has triggered a series of violent events across the state of Jalisco, which is scheduled to host 4 matches of the 2026 World Cup in June. I don't know about that. I don't know if that's such a good idea. If that's in June of this year, I don't know about that. Before spreading to other states such as Michoacan and Guanajuato. My Spanish isn't really all that, but anyway. Suspected members of organised crime groups have set buses on fire, blocked roads in the area, clashing with authorities. Jalisco Governor Pablo Navarro would report. Video obtained by CNN showed multiple fires burning and plumes of smoke rising across Puerto Vallarta, a resort town popular with U.S. tourists on Mexico's west coast. As a result of the violence, Air Canada has now suspended flights to Puerto Vallarta, and during the operation, leaders urged residents to remain in their homes and said public transportation services in Jalisco will be suspended until the situation is under control. It's out of control. The government said the violence has spread to at least 5 states, and they urged the public to avoid traveling on highways. You can't even travel on the highways because the cartels are so tough right now. The Michoacan Public Security Secretariat reported efforts are underway to restore traffic flow following the road blockades. Meanwhile, the Guanajuato Security and Peace Secretariat reported fires at pharmacies and convenience stores in different parts of the state. Can't go shopping, can't use the highway. It's a big problem over there. No injuries reported, but there's been property damage. They announced the deployment of the security operations coordinated with the Army, National Guard, and the U.S. State Department of issued a travel advisory urging U.S. citizens to shelter in place in the Mexican states of Jalisco, Tamaulipas, and Michoacan.
Fine lines and wrinkles appearing. I wanted to.
12-megapixel cameras are not your friend. All of the beautiful women going like, alright, George really know who I am right now. Suddenly using all kinds of cream covered up when they go out. I don't have to do this. You don't have to live this incredible life. I know especially if there comes a day when you don't feel beautiful.
Oh.
I don't. I'm going to be okay. You have a beautiful face. Always forgetting about myself. Like
Oh.
that everybody has. Stop for a minute. Taking action is the first step, and then you take the next step, and you take the next step. We have to be strong, and you have to love yourself the way you are. Is extremely important. Beautiful on me just because of who I am. And oh my God, this girl is amazing. I want to be like her. When I see somebody smile, no matter what their physical appearance is, I feel so good. I'm pretty. I'm pretty just the way I am.
Is that what I want?
Beauty comes at all ages. Beautiful.
I didn't see this video on the but it's, they're saying that this guy who made a movie called Eyes Wide Shut and was the last
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're saying that he was exposing shit about Epstein in there, and that's why he got got.
Yeah.
I can make what I want, where I want. There are no hidden fees.
Might give it a peek though.
Why did they change?
Everybody's like talking about.
Take it back to the community.
But I heard that they removed a lot of the scenes that were originally supposed to be in it, so I don't know.
I really hope Rico stays out of fucking danger, bro. That shit's fucking spreading all over Mexico right now. Oh yeah, I'm sure he'll be fine. He just buys his music, so that's it.
That's literally all he does, bro.
He goes
Eventually rising through the ranks
Yeah,
of
like
the
even when he
fuck
lived,
around a lot of the main roads and shit,
the
too.
CJ&G
like
expanded
even
power
when he lived here,
control
bro, he was like,
area.
when he really
Mexican
had a look
authorities
over
have
his
long sought
shoulder
to
here, he was
apprehend
still like
apprehend El Mencho for his involvement in the cartel. In 2018, Mexico's Attorney General office offered 30 million pesos, $1.7 million US dollars, any information leading to his arrest. Oseguera was also notified by the US authorities for $50 million for information leading to his arrest. Unfortunately, he wasn't arrested. He didn't lose his life in this operation. Probably would have been better to at least protect his life to be arrested like they did to Al Chapo. They're very upset. The US Justice Department charged Oseguera in 2022 with leading the effort to manufacture and distribute fentanyl for the importation into the US. The Justice Department indictment Oseguera said the organization is active in the Mexican states of Jalisco, Colima, Veracruz, and has a presence elsewhere. In 2025, Oseguera was sanctioned and classified as a specially designated global terrorist by the US Department of State. In a post on X, US State Department Deputy Secretary Christopher Lando would describe his death as a great development for Mexico, the US, Latin America, and the world. He added that he's watching the chaos in Mexico with great sadness and concern. So apparently this all came from pressure from Donald Trump himself. Scheinbaum has previously cast doubt on the strategy of targeting cartel pins, decapitating criminal organizations,
I don't know if he's still taking the same way to work over there either, because I know that they stopped him and he didn't have his license. And I think they made him, you know how they are over there, fucking rules, give me money, and I won't think about it.
So yes, security maintains persistent vulnerability to our administration. Over the past year, Scheinbaum has come under intensifying pressure from US President Donald Trump as he threatens military intervention and high import tariffs if Mexico fails to demonstrate concrete gains of drug trafficking. So Trump's really putting the pressure on this stuff to happen. So shortly after the US capture of ousted Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro, Trump suggested expanding military campaign to Mexico. I wouldn't be surprised if Trump was thinking, if things stay out of control of Mexico after this, there's some troops over there. Scheinbaum has rejected the U.S. notion of strikes in Mexico, characterizing them as a violation of Mexico's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Instead, he's pursued a direct approach to combating organized crime by increasing cooperation with U.S. security partners, and that cooperation is now resulting in people no longer being alive. Okay, so this is a BBC article about the same thing. I'm going to read the whole thing. As you can see, this is the poster, $15 million for the arrest and conviction, and BBC News is But let's have a look at what people are saying on Reddit about this situation. Okay, basically this is going around r/World News. It's got 2,000 comments and 19,000 upvotes. This is super viral. Everybody wants to know about it. The leader of the Mexico's Jalisco cartel, Inicio Ruben Oseguera Cervantes, alias El Mencho, has been killed by the Mexican army. People are saying, oh wow, this is a big one. This dude has basically been the top cartel guy in Mexico for like a decade or more. I've been reading about him for years. He was saying, yeah, there's a famous phone call where he calls the police chief and asks him what the F his officers are doing harassing my boys, and the police chief apologizes and promises to pull everybody back. All right, I've got the audio here, so let's re-familiarize ourselves with El Mencho's very, very hardline approach on the police and the amount of power that he has. Let's go break it down.
El Mencho, the notorious and violent leader of Jalisco's New Generation Cartel, was
no, dude, guys, fucking
A. shutting down several of his drug operations. In response, El Mencho called his local police chief's phone and gave him a scary wake.
Imagine that.
Así es, yo te voy a partir más de 10 bolas de perros, hacemos ya 30 güeyes, hasta tu una persona te relajas, güey. Vamos a ver. Ya está, señor, ahorita lo ponen a tiro, o soy el primero que van a matar por ellos. Señor, usted me conoce, usted sabe que yo no solamente con ustedes para que se pasen de ti. No, señor, ahorita yo no se lo doy. Mire, retírame de la estación, los hijos de...
Bro, people in the chat are saying because if it's crime rate, he still is.
So even the cops are talking about, look, we're on your side, I'm on your side, right? People are saying, look, yet though El Mencho does sound shook in that interaction. He probably thought the government was going to replace his ass despite all the bribes he's given the government, and now looks like it finally happened. People are saying, I live around the state this sack of crap used to crime around. And as I'm writing this, they're burning convenience stores and pharmacies in retaliation. I don't know what gas station sushi did to these guys, but they're that comment well. Because the worst part is how they carry themselves around as if they deserve to lash out, like if they were a humanitarian force or rebellion. They're the worst of the worst when it comes to people, and I use that in a broad sense. So, yeah, you'd think these guys would be at least willing to accept the risk that comes to the territory. I'm not saying they can't be upset their boss was killed, but the game is the game. This is the game. It's showing that the next time you get our boss, it comes at the cost of burning down the city's infra, infrastructure, and the other horrible shit they'll do in retaliation. There's especially a major incentive for the successor to all of those actions as they directly protect him. He said, I look forward to the game no longer being in their favor. They're not special, they're just meat bags like the rest of us. Okay, that is the description of terrorism. I don't know why you would expect violent criminals to behave rationally, like they have any respect for whatever rules they don't feel beholden from. Says they're acting rationally and unexpected. This response by whoever is now in control of the organisation is calculated to establish a high cost of something like this happening in the future in order to reduce the likelihood of it happening to them, as well as demonstrating strict to solidify their new position of power. Well, that's a good approach if Donald Trump wasn't down.
You're a fucking idiot.
To slap back. And so if things don't get under control, I think Trump could be actually sending troops in. I think whoever's in charge might be thinking maybe that wasn't the right move. People saying, guys, this is huge. He was the head of the biggest cartel, and they not only got him, they caught some of his biggest people in that cartel. The cartels will retaliate big time. There are a lot of reports and rumors they're going to
think that's her.
We're all afraid of Jalisco. Update. Brightness as of 3 p.m. and it seems like it's all cooling out. There's still some chaos, but it hasn't escalated, and it seems those threats to civilians being killed would just create panic. He was saying, I heard 2 p.m., not joking. I have family in Guadalajara. They've been given a 2 p.m. curfew. Anyone caught outside after 2 p.m. are under the threat of death. Everything is shut down here. I can't order food or Uber rides. Never seen anything like it. Streets are mostly empty. I don't even want to peek outside. Because the Mexican people deserve so much better than to be under the thumb. These fucks. Hopefully a lot of the Jalisco cartel end up there in jail if they try carrying out their revenge attacks. Okay, I don't know specifics here, but there's usually a power vacuum and the existing members of the cartel fight to kill each other to take control.
There's a piercing.
There are always countless civilians caught in crossfire of such battles.
Piercing.
He was saying my cousin's been missing for 5 years with this piece of shit rest this fucker, that's what they're saying. Really, really sad, okay?
Alright.
Get out of there.
Ugh. God damn it. Whatever, bro. I give up.
But fucking punk. No. Ooh, fancy prices. Kicked in. Ooh, shiny.
Oh my god, bro, they're all still on. Every time I see these motherfuckers on, I want to join their party, but then I remember we're not cool like that anymore.
Why not go over there with you and fuck it up?
Nah, they're my, like, before, like yeah, I was cool with, like, Alfies and them, but, like, I wasn't really cool, like, cool with them until, like, after high school, because, like, I had other, like, friends that was, like, that I grew up with, like, in the area with me and shit, and those are those friends, but, like, we're not really cool anymore, because we don't talk anymore. Well, like, we are cool, but, like, it's not like that anymore. It's just kind of like, oh, whatever, what's up, bro? But, like, I know those fuckers don't fuck with me like that no more. And it's because I started hanging out with Alfredo and everybody else, and I just kind of forgot about them. I moved on. But they treated me like garbage over there. So, I just miss them sometimes. Because I grew up with them. Like, literally was, like, in the sandbox with them and shit.
Bro, the Taco Bell colors? Shut the fuck up. I'm talking about like the 90s purple, blue, and shit. He has a 5.0 Mustang with the fucking looks like Taco Bell colors. But that was just the colors of the 90s.
You know, Arizona's the only state with the blue McDonald's logo.
What?
It said, did you know that Arizona is the only state to have a McDonald's with the blue McDonald's logo?
Shut the fuck up.
Nah, I'm not lying. Look up Tucson,
Yeah,
Arizona.
I'm already on Google, bro.
Yeah, look up Tucson, Arizona.
I bet you if I look up blue McDonald's, that'll be the fucking one that pops up.
Yeah.
The donut, Arizona. That's weird. Why did they make it blue?
I don't know.
Oh, because I guess because the area said this unique location features a turquoise blue M to comply with local building codes that require colors to blend with the area's natural red rock landscape. Rather, so they didn't want the bright yellow. But they have a, they got the flagpole with the United States flag and fucking their actual logo. So,
Yeah.
is that a dispensary? Why is it blue? What's going on? If anything, it should be green. What's going on?
It's weird, huh?
That is weird. I never seen that. Like, if someone pops this shit, you'd be like, what the fuck?
Boom, boom, ba, boom, ba, ba.
Bright orange and yellow. Bright red, yellow, green, white, black.
Red, yellow.
That's fucking funny.
The
more you know.
It's useless.
I forgot who told me. I forgot who told me that, but she said that there's a Hot Wheels fucking theme park building in Arizona. Mentioned it before,
Yep.
probably.
Yeah. There's a lot of gay shit over here.
Hey, fuck you, Art. I grew up with Hot Wheels.
Bro.
Remember, I had a collection. I had about 130 of them, but they weren't taken care of, bro. They're all in one bag, all fucked up.
Please don't get me started on Hot Wheels. We had bins of Hot Wheels growing up, and it wasn't because of me. It was because my mom was collecting them.
That's dope. I was collecting them too, bro, but just like you, just in a big bin, not like well taken care of or anything like that. I kind of regret doing that.
Yeah. My mom used to collect hella Hot Wheels.
Remember when I was little, when they were coming out, I had one of the original Mews. When Mew was first coming out after Mewtwo. I didn't know any better, bro. I fucked that card up, dude.
Do you remember those little toys called homies?
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
Tell them, though.
Yeah, my dad had a whole collection of those too. Homie, yeah. It's pretty cool.
Fucking dope.
Yeah, I remember those shits. Cause I
My brother still
remember.
has he has like action figures like the Tick, that old TV show. He has like all in the box, X-Men old school shit.
Yeah.
I never thought of selling them. Nah, they're worth some money, but you never know when shit might happen. I might have to offload them.
I told myself, I was like, when the world goes to shit, I'm at least gonna try to find a TV where I can just crank it with a hand, like a hand fucking to get it going, and then I'm just gonna pop some shit in and be like, I at least have something to watch. I walk around with a Walkman everywhere.
I haven't finished it yet, but I've been watching that Man with Channing Tatum, based on
What?
some actual that fucking escape prison. Basically, this guy robbed places, got arrested, was doing like bad year, I think like 40 something years. Escaped prison and then hid in a toy store for like fucking months. Where they caught him. And
I
it was
was gonna watch.
the movies at Toys R Us.
It's inside of Toys R Us.
Yeah, apparently it was. I don't know. Maybe the movie just picked the old school toy store from back in the day during that time, but they chose a Toys R Us in the movie.
Yeah.
I tripped out seeing that giraffe. I was like, dang. I heard they're trying to bring him back. Like, bought him, or there's a theory that company bought him out. It was that and KB Toys back in the day. Target and Walmart took over.
I'm definitely buying a joint in the morning. I'm gonna go get a joint in the morning.
That J-Thur for the day after.
Yeah. Well, no, it's because I didn't. I'm trying to like slowly like stop smoking weed. I didn't have weed all day today. So just taking a break from it. Fucking.
Alright, is that sand in your vagina? No, I'm kidding. Bro, didn't you just tell me earlier? I don't blame you.
For what?
No, I was saying that, you know, like, down shit. I was like, I don't
Yeah.
break from anything usually. Oh, shit.
That's how it usually fucking works.
I don't know. Is that an option? Yes. And the smoke. Right back. Burger King and eat.
Alright. Hey, what? The black phone wasn't in.
I feel better.
Oh, it's the Kingsman. That's what this is. Bro, why are they ruining it? Why are they ruining it? Bro, I don't understand people.
Oh my god. Did I not turn the mods on? What the fuck?
Why do people ruin it? people suck. The hell was that?
What's that?
I didn't know you were here.
Got back. Yeah, I'll go to bed in a little bit. Probably have another beer and then pass out.
So.
Cheers, big ears.
That's how you know you're rich, when you have an elevator in your house.
Type too fast.
You're shooting at a cop car with bulletproof windows. What is your plan there, bud? First of all, how do you get your cop car stolen? You have 3 cops around your vehicle and you still manage to get that dude in the car with the keys and he takes off. That's fucking wild. Oh, that was close. Bro, I hate watching driving videos like this because it gives me anxiety. This guy is stupid. And it's raining / snowing. Bro, I would have just put the brakes on that shit and just took off on foot. What are you doing? You definitely had time to get out and jump in somebody's backyard and just continue to jump fences and go. People don't know that's a cheat code, bro. You just jump through people's backyard and stay off the main road. You're retards.
A retard.
Idiot, bro. He's swerving. Let's see where he pulls up at. Bro, he smashed the car into the diner?
God damn. Hey, Bear. I have another.
What the
There's another. I can
fuck,
see
bro?
close.
I forgot. Shia LaBeouf is technically a part of a gang. And it's only because he was playing in that, what was it, the tax collector or the collector or whatever? He fucking got jumped into a real gang to play the part, I guess.
I'm fucking this round up, dude. I was killing it, dude. I've been fucking doing ass this round.
This Vegas fun. This guy has so many hidden doors in his house. Set up a door. Set up another door. Set up another door. What the fuck? Oh, that's smart.
Dude, this dumbass fucking music, I can't hear shit. Fucking Brazil, where the fuck he's from, bro. That shit's annoying.
What, you can hear the game chat of him playing music?
I was almost at Diamond again, bro. You fuck.
What? They had one of those? No, they did not. No, they did not. You know what I wish? I wish all the homies in this group were able to go on a camping trip. No bullshit. Everybody has a fucking backwood sized joint and we're all just chilling around a campfire smoking individually. with their own backwood joints. That's what we need right there, boys.
Not a big camping guy, to be honest with you.
Are you fucking for real?
Like, we had a van or like Winnebago or some bullshit like that. Hell yeah, I'm down. Like, I'll explore the woods, but I want to sleep in a good, comfortable bed.
I love camping. Camping's so fun. Well, it's probably because I grew up doing it a lot.
Yeah, that's it. If you grew up doing that shit, you're gonna love that shit. I had my Uncle Martin. He used to love going in the trails and shit. He taught me how to like be in the woods.
Yeah. Well, like,
Never had to put up a tent.
let it be known. I almost had my Eagle Scout. I just had to do my Eagle Scout project. Just kidding now, but no, yeah, but that's real. That's a real thing. Yeah, I was almost an Eagle Scout. I literally just had to do my Eagle Scout project. But yeah, that's the only reason why I went camping a lot growing up is because of scouts and shit. But we were the worst. Like, I remember in scout camp, like, because they would do like at the end of scout camp, at the end of the week that we were there, they would they would give us awards for like, oh, like this troop did this troop did that, and we got nothing. You want to know what we got? We got an award for being the worst troop and being late to everything. Like literally, we were late to every single thing.
My
And I
pops was
hated
like
it.
that.
And I
I can't
hated
stand that
it.
shit.
Bro, I fucking hated it, bro. There was this one time, well, because before, like, you walk through someone's campsite, like, it's disrespectful, so, like, you're supposed to stop before you walk through, and you're supposed to say permission to enter, or to walk through campsite, and then they say permission granted, or whatever, and you can walk through. But, like, uh, we wouldn't do that. We were playing games that night, and we just roamed through their campsites while they were sleeping, and we're just fucking screaming at 1 in the morning playing games. Yeah. Hunger Games. I remember those shit. Fucking Jesus Christ. That's somewhat of a childhood, I guess. For the most part. But once I hit 13, 14, that's when I stopped wanting to go to, like, that shit. Joe Rogan talks about the time when he actually was gonna fight Wesley Snipes. Fucking weak.
That I don't know how that would go down.
Well, I guess because it was supposed to go down a couple years. Like, I don't even think I was born yet, or I was born, but like I was barely like fucking 2 or like 3.
Like 2005.
I was 5 years old in 2005.
I was just joking, but damn, I was pretty close.
I was born in the year 2000, asshole.
The
I would
6,
have been
7,
like,
baby, huh?
me? I'm not a 6'7". No.
Hell no, you're not.
Hell no. 6'7" babies are anybody that's born from 2023 or fucking.
I think it's like 2018 and up.
Yeah, 15. No, because my nephew was born when I was in 8th grade, I think. So that was like 2014, yeah. And he's in high school. He'll be a freshman this coming year. It's fucking wild to me, bro.
My nephew's 10,
Yeah.
so that'll make him 2016. What did they say? Fuck yeah. So yeah, I would say yeah. Yeah, you're right. I'll be telling about this and say, all right, you guys have a 6-7 rule. You can only say it 4 times, and that's it in front of Uncle.
6'7".
I'll be like 8-9. Shut up.
I remember I didn't understand it at first until they told me afterwards, but I was watching the movie Weapons in theaters with my family when it came out. and there's a scene where he's like counting the steps on the sidewalk to see, like, because he's trying to figure out like just figure out where the house is or whatever, and just like get a map going. And then he's like walking, and he's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then he stops at 5, and then you hear some kid in the background of the theater go 6, 7, and then everybody just starts laughing, bro. And I didn't understand it until after the movie, and someone explained it to me.
But then again, we had 21.
Yeah. Plus 9 plus 10. 21. Or, damn, Daniel. Damn.
Back at it with the white
Back at it again with the bands.
I was saying to me, someone's like, how you guys like watching fucking burnt peanut? Who likes to fucking watch a fucking stupid ass fucking vegetable or whatever with eyeballs? They show him a picture of the annoying orange. Oh my god, it's him! All excited and shit.
Yeah.
I was dying, bro. They got a point.
Annoying orange. Bro. I
always
hated
burnt
it.
Peanut, though. That dude's fucking, he's weird, but he's fucking funny.
Annoying Orange was the original.
Yeah.
I remember Annoying Orange. He's
and then it was the next person that kind of got famous for it was being a potato.
Yeah.
Potato dude. And then burnt peanut came out afterwards. I'm sure there's somebody in between I missed, but those are the ones I remember.
Yeah. Annoying Orange was like huge. Like he had his own TV show and everything on Cartoon Network.
I didn't know that part. That's fucking wild.
Yeah, he was big, bro. Like he was Annoying Orange, like was big. I remember that. I remember watching him blow up.
We're starting to go through.
What the fuck?
There's magic keeping this chest sealed. I can feel its aura.
Where to next?
You really don't be playing nothing.
Even for the moment, all the right components, handle me with care on the side.
Jamie?
Nothing less for what?
I say you really don't be playing games. You be in here bullshit with the homies just chilling. Well, lately.
Yeah, I told.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what you told me.
Yeah, I'm not fake.
And there's the last
like
at least 8 times. I was like, he hasn't really been playing anything.
Yeah, I literally just joined, bro. Like, well, I'm telling you guys, I've been really fucking depressed lately. Like, I'm not like saying that to like get attention or anything, but it's just like that's what happens, bro. When I get like super super fucking depressed and shit, like I don't want to play nothing, bro. I just kind of like I just want to hang out with my homies and shit.
Is that keep me sane?
Yeah, basically.
No, that's just stressing you out to find one of those JOBs.
Yeah.
But do you ever? I'm sure they got them everywhere. But you got those like a recruitment center for like bullshit jobs, like making chairs.
Yeah. There's actually
I did that for a little bit, bro. I was packaging those fucking meals that they sell at Cold Stone.
Yeah.
You know those meals they have in the freezer? I used to pack those. And I was the only one that didn't speak fluent Spanish. Like, I knew a little bit, but not enough to have a conversation. And they used to get mad at me, bro. But if I yelled Osho or La Migra, that shit would have emptied out. Because there was literally, like, only, like, 1 or 2 black dudes. And then there was me that didn't really speak English. There's no white dudes there. None of that shit. It was just... I was like, holy shit, man.
I mean, I tried to play video game. I mean, I played High on Life. I got like halfway through it, and then I got bored of it. And then I started Spider-Man, and then I got bored.
Well, you know, I got a shitload in there, bro.
Yeah,
That's over fucking 15 plus years of gaming right there in that fucking catalog I got.
Yeah. I wish I could say the same, but everything that was bought when I was younger wasn't mine, or it's gone. Like, it was either my older brothers and we had a share, or
Same here, bro. I got my first PS3
got
right
lost
the
in the
came
wind.
out. I was living in Texas.
Dude, I want to tell you. Okay, so before we had to put him down because he was a crazy dog. But when I was
You just went insane for, dude.
Yeah, bro, it was really sad. Like, it was bad. Like, the way we, because, alright, well, now that we're talking about that, but, like, fucking he, I don't know, like, he just got old, bro. Like, yeah, like, we had another dog, but, like, he just started getting, like, territorial, like, over food and shit. Like, we had him for years, bro, and, like, he just got old, and he just got grumpy, and just, like, stopped fucking with, like us. He was just, like, turned on us type shit.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, my brother's dog's like that, too, but not to turn.
Yeah, but because I guess, like, because I went to school, like, I think it was my it was my junior year, sophomore year. It was my sophomore year of high school. Like, I remember, like, it was a normal morning. I got ready for school, hopped on the bus, went to school, and then I get a text from my mom, like, oh, like, the dog got into a fight, blah, 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 blah. And, like, I guess, like, the dog, his name was Harlan. I guess he saw my brother's food, my little baby brother's food or whatever, and he bit him.
Just some out of pocket shit.
Yeah, and then my other dog, Shiva, she came out of nowhere, and she was fucking, mom instinct came in, and they got into like a big old fight. And my mom had to pull
Dude,
him
I bet
apart.
you, bro, because I know some dogs can get like certain diseases, like get like cancer shit. I wonder if that poor dog had dementia and shit. Did not fucking remember who's who.
Yeah, because we had to put him down after that. Because I remember after I got home from school, like, he wasn't there. I was like, damn. But I heard our other dog, Shiva, kind of. Like, I guess the other dog, like, our other dog, she bit off his tongue. Like, it was
like the other dog's tongue or the baby's tongue?
No, the other dog's tongue.
Oh, I was about to say, Jesus Christ.
Nah. Yeah, from what I heard. Or she bit into it. Because I guess, like, when my mom was, like, trying to, like, pull them apart, I guess, like, their jaws were, like, so locked, like, they weren't, like, letting go. Like, it was just fucked, bro. I remember that day clearly. Well, no, I don't. But I remember getting the text message. I'll never forget the day, though. My older brother kicked me and my hand went through a glass panel. And I had to get stitches. That shit
my brother
fucked me
put
up.
my head through a window one time. I'm glad I didn't get.
I wasn't even doing anything, though. I was playing hide and go seek. And I went on the roof because my little brother, that was one of our hiding spots. It was the roof. And I went up there and he heard us fucking like on the roof. And then we get down. And then this motherfucker, he had no reason to kick me at all. He just fucking kicks me. And then fucking my hand.
He was like, fuck.
Yeah, basically. He was fucking,
like
a fucking junior in high school kicking a fucking fourth grader.
Take it?
He's like, dude. I love him though.
Well, back to the dog thing. My brother's dog. Chapo. That dog is fucking 15 years old, bro. Little fucking Chihuahua mutt in a way, but not hairy, nothing. She looks like a Rottweiler color. But it's like a Chihuahua.
Yeah.
Like, he's grumpy. He's like fuck everybody type mode at this point. Loves me, Stoner, and my dad.
Yeah.
But the kid's been around him for like 10 years. He's like, fuck this kid. So much happened with the kids, but He's been skin and bones, bro. When I went to pick him up because he wasn't listening, I almost fucking threw him. Shit. This motherfucker weighs like 3 pounds.
Bruh.
Fucking be on his fucking deadline, bro. I just know, God forbid, like, I think this is gonna be his last year, poor dog.
Bro,
He should have died, dude. He had like fucking blood poisoning from rotten teeth. He was about to die, bro, but they got rid of it. And the doctor said, bro, he's so bad that I'm not gonna charge you for the teeth, dude. Like, he's gonna be gone in the next 2 weeks. So your time. That was like fucking 5 months ago. It's like he's never been so energetic, bro. Like, holy shit. But go ahead, what me say.
This was like years ago. I don't even know how old I was, but it was my dad's brother's dog. He was pretty cool. But his name was fucking Tua, like the boxer David Tua. But I remember I was petting him at my grandma's house, and he was eating, and that was my fault. I was like a little kid, but I didn't know, and he was like, I guess, super aggressive. But motherfucker was like petting him while he was eating his food, and he fucking bit my stomach. He said, "Arr!" But then a couple years later, they found him dead. His body was sticking out the door and shit, or whatever. Because I guess he tried to like dig his way out through the house, and he was like biting his way through the door or something like that, or the wall. It was one of the two.
Oh damn, he was not aggressive.
Yeah.
But dogs do that, but they did it on the coffee table. I gotta knock that shit off. But I'm worried about my dog Amber Management, but that little bitch got fucking leaps.
Oh my god, that just reminded me. Yeah, dude, dogs have leaps.
But
Some
she's
dogs
only like,
will scale walls.
yeah, she's a little short thing, bro, but she's long a little bit, but she got some pit bull back legs, bro, from her fucking half breed. So she got a launch on her.
Yeah.
I remember one time I caught her on top of the dog, and the hallway she was balancing on that shit. Fucking bird. What the fuck are you doing? So she doesn't jump it out of respect, I guess.
Almost magic. Greg has a dick.
Damn it!
He cut it off. Cut it off. And it's mine. And it's mine. Then he starts healing. And then I shoot him. He is bulletproof. I will die. I will. I'm just kidding. I don't know where that was going. I said you were bulletproof. I guess.
This time, babe, I'll be.
I remember this kid in junior high and elementary school. He would always walk around and go, "Shoot me down, but I won't fall. I am titanium." But his voice would crack every time, so it was so funny.
I'm titanium.
The mods don't work this time. I don't know what I'm gonna do. You know, just have to restart the whole thing.
Bro, my controller's so annoying. Stick drift, stick drift. I can't fucking move it. Hold on, my niece is awake. She fucking woke up. Holy shit, I'm so happy she went back to sleep. Oh, I was about to fucking cry, bro. Holy shit. I hate when she wakes up, she doesn't go back to sleep.
Alright, one more beer.
You said that 3 of them ago.
I said on the last one. There's only 2 left anyway, fuck it.
My only love, even for a moment. It's fucking stupid.
I wonder what's back there.
Put that E.
Oh, that's not a good sign.
Sooner or later.
No personal wish with pleasure.
Took my booze and he fucked me up.
You need a cardio.
Can motherfuckers have stomp the yard be like? Sorry. Or what do they do?
Fight y'all, son!
I forgot who it was. Ah, it was another dance. It wasn't Step Up. It was another dance movie. But my cousins, they're just like, this movie's better than Stomp the Yard, and I was like, excuse me.
Oh my god, I think they did do something like that with like.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Stomp the Yard. It was a. What was the movie?
Stomp the
Also trying
Yard
to block
was.
the fucking goal at the same time.
Yeah, Stomp the Yard's the one with Chris Brown, and Chris Brown dies in the beginning of the movie. He gets shot. Because they get into a fight after their dance battle or whatever. It's like, bah!
How does it say? Drumline, maybe?
You know the band kids were geeking when that shit dropped. When Drumline dropped, they're
Yeah.
that was a good movie though. Good movie though. They don't make movies like that anymore, bro. Or at least they fucking try to, but it doesn't work out.
People have called me all sorts of names. A manipulator, that I'm psychologically, I'm a psychopath.
You can hear that?
But
Our first story tonight is about Sheriff and everyone around her was fighting her hands.
I thought you could hear mine.
People do things that aren't normal.
Real dangerous. It might not be a smile.
Can you get something from me, my love?
It generates a suddenly. All that stuff ramps up the fear.
Hell no.
Let me get some candy. Nah, he's not even candy. Sounding by the size of the wrapper and how long it took you to open it,
Kit
that's
Kat.
definitely something chocolate.
Kit Kat. Twix.
Nah, he doesn't look like a Kit Kat or a Twix, dude. Maybe.
It's gonna be king size Snickers then, maybe?
Mini Twix and mini Snickers.
Fuck you, right? God damn it. Fuck you, bro.
What was it? I missed it, my bad.
He said mini Twix and mini Snickers.
That shit would be fire. Only because I had a Twix earlier today, that's why. I was down the other day, I went to go get some beer with my brother, and I got ID'd, and again, he looked at me like, my birthday is something 1990. Alright, yeah, fuck. And my brother gets his shit, he goes, alright, your price is 1990. What the fuck? That's what drew me out.
I'm joking.
As the public waits to see whether that will change, process now supposed to take now starting the
What?
investigation from the outset. The FBI should take over the case with
I got to go pay.
treat this as kidnapping. The FBI is the premier agency to do kidnapping in the world, probably. Alpena County's resources and personnel are limited. The FBI has way more resources and way more personnel. They should have taken the lead, in my opinion, and taken too many. We should have gone through a support role. So it says, as the investigation into Bg3's disappearance continues, Sheriff House revealed that he acted near her relatives and loved ones. As suspect for all people who tried to take him as culprits, both discoveries or maybe years over that. So we talked to them, we took the phone, took their computers, and accessed our reports. I mean, we did everything. We processed their vehicles, their homes, they did really their victims. Okay, Sheriff said what great discoveries have been throughout the investigation, but it does make me think. Comments on here you look at? Oh boy. What I'm going to say. That sheriff also has a reality TV show about the police department where they're located. Yeah, I don't think we're going to discuss the part. I think we get all this stuff from a reality TV show that needs to accuse himself of this investigation. He was saying, I don't think it was his ego, he was more likely his inexperience in working the case of his magnitude. It seems like a good guy, he's not a sheriff, he's not in this case. Until the sheriff says categorically that he's a kidnapping under the years and will always person charged, from my understanding, the FBI is a private agency responsible for investigating kidnapping or burglary, which they see as a state. So, there's a lot of suspicion around the FBI's accumulated the evidence involved in handled now. Interestingly enough, either county sheriff Chris House reportedly locked down the investigation, which strictly limiting the sheriff information to only a few select insiders and basically not letting the FBI know what's going on. So in battle, King County Sheriff Chris House is under fire, locked down the investigation into Nancy Guthrie's production, limiting all decisions to just himself.
Oh, Young was here. He just got beat up by Sean
also facing sideline the FBI is only allowing Chief Jesus Lopez and the Carlos tomorrow to roll over the month for today hosts Guthrie's 83-year-old mother. And he will only let himself and his two of his hand-picked staffers make decisions on the case by himself. So everybody else is being told what to do. No one else has a say-so or an opinion. It's just three men making decisions. It's incredibly unusual to do that. You have so many people working together in the FBI. Everything from the FBI just on sharing. This was written out on small compass and said that it was more focused on being the spotlight rather than fighting Nancy. It says Lopez serves Department Second in command of overseeing daily operations. One of our senior command officers supervised major cases and investigating strategy.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I fixed it.
So no actual detectives are steering, they're just non-stop. This is highly unusual. Normally a steering detective can steer it.
Okay, it did fix it.
So they're saying that the top dog is basically keeping control of themselves.
What?
But that doesn't mean that the FBI aren't still trying.
What did he say?
And according to some, the FBI is actually doing their own investigation into the abduction. Now we've got two warring investigations. So the FBI now has photos and images they believe might be the suspects seen on the Spencer outside Nancy Guthrie's front door. There appears to be a gun, what appears to be a gun holster. They're talking to employees of local businesses and gun shops and asking them if they recognize any of their faces and names. CBS News, John Gilotti.
People may believe they may be the suspect. Seen on the video outside Nancy Guthrie's front door with what appears to be a gun in a holster. They've been going from business to business, including gun shops, talking to employees, asking them if they recognize any of the faces and names, and if any one of those people made any purchases. Our team has been driving around going into gun shops. We spoke with one person at one gun shop that confirms he received a match of a few dozen people. The photos appear to be from driver's licenses and from social media. He was asked if he recognized them. He said he did not. He plugged their names into their own database. Nothing came up. KLB, our local CBS affiliate here in Tucson, also visited stores and spoke with one person on camera. Take a listen to what he had to say.
SRP is a not-for-profit utility, but what does that mean for you? It means having more energy costs, money-saving programs, and the most reliable power in the Southwest. As a not-for-profit, SRP prioritizes power, water, and you. Find savings, reliability, and more at srp.net/drive.
I checked the fine print.
So you back to the community I want to start.
And a partner with a school, I always root for.
This is all the information that you fill out. They don't have a phone number or an email. Anytime you get a fire sent to the shop or somebody comes in to buy one, you have to contact the customer because you have to get all
Yes,
that
sir.
information for the 24/7 form.
Well, it should be whistling any second.
And those names came from. Do you know that the Sheriff's Department has had their own parallel investigation into the fact patents sold exclusively at Walmart?
Did I?
The sheriff told me that Walmart handed over their own list of purchase records and names, but whether or not the two are
Yeah.
connected at this point is unclear. This is AVP of the search for the suspect or suspects and for Nancy Dunn.
So it's really sad, man. And so Redditors are basically been discussing the conspiracy behind this. There's been a lot of connections with Epstein. There's been sort of very interesting timing of this case. It's very bizarre. So this is the post on R// conspiracy. It says constant Fox coverage of Nancy Dunn is an Epstein warning. First off, I do feel terrible for that poor old lady who definitely wasn't involved in anything that was being kidnapped and made a display case of. But the non-stop nationwide coverage is absolutely insane. Over 50% of Fox's new television coverage, 84-year-old woman needs 15 days down requires life-preserving medication. Fox is showing the blood from the scene today for the first time. There's an extremely slim chance of her being found alive by this time if they're speaking to the hostage. I'll wait till we get some updates sometime in the near future. Savannah has recently revealed that the Epstein victims will come together to have each other up or will explode with a massive cover-up of Trump and the other officers involved. Probably set into further
It's called a retard.
Not
Again. Okay.
Wait, I think he's friends with Epstein.
This is an unfortunate example of the levels that they both protect themselves and only people who evidence understand why everything happens.
Actually, never
So
mind.
we're in America right now. Oh, and new color outfit, red, blue, black, green, and under the head.
Nothing, it's just this guy, like, fucking, he grew up in, like, literally, like, up the street from me. He was one of the guys that I grew up with, but, it was like this whole drama, I'm not gonna get into it. It was this whole thing, I had to pull everybody apart, and it was like fucking, it was wild, that's all I gotta say. I was like sitting there, I was like, oh my god. I was like, Daniel's throwing up. And then these fucking fuckers are over here like about to throw hands and trying to stop my friend from throwing up. And fucking everybody about to throw hands. So there's a reason behind that. But I'm not gonna explain it. It's a long story. There's no that dude that I'm talking about. He's coming to this earth.
It's still caught the attention of many who shared screenshots of the email on social media. We know that police show Epstein took or refused Sumner's advice or any communication between Epstein.
The medulla oblongata. How dare you not support my habit, goddammit. Let me my shit know.
Say Harvey and TMZ want to right, but there is a journalist in this country who isn't very stable.
I tried to look up one time, I was like 11:30 at night. I was like, damn, it's a tree, bro. Tried to look at my weed maps, everything was closed. Bullshit, it's like no delivery, no nothing.
We have a few 24-hour ones out there, but
like delivery on the Y side.
Nah, you can walk up in that bitch. Yeah, I think it's in Tempe. Man, it's one of the minutes.
Yeah.
Forget, you don't even have
My thought is 11 because that's just like
I only got a taste of it. was there for like maybe a year.
The Tucson Sheriff's
Got out of there before the heat came back.
I don't say this, but I hope that they think the
I got
FBI
like the
will
last
go
half
for
of the
what
summer.
happens to construct the actual quarries.
There.
Other news is literally construct honest and in general. That is to say. It seems like such an odd
I didn't know
random
shit about. I found out later on that I have family in Glendale. I was like, what? Yeah, bro. He's like, be careful who you talk to.
That's basically you. That's very beautiful.
But now I'm fucking getting rid of chick is my cousin.
Nah, Greg,
God damn
nah,
it.
bro. We all know what happened. We all know what happened, bro.
Wait, what?
No, bro. It's okay.
No, my girlfriend don't say that.
I don't need any of these, so probably not. Do I still get... Okay, yeah, so I can get out of this now.
Oh, you know, this girl on the other side of the building is like literally the back of the Family Dollar, and then it's her street, and then it's her house. Can't get over. I was like, the rain can't be that bad. You know, I went over there, pulled up to her house, dude. That shit was almost at the bottom of my door. I was like, holy shit. I was like, whoa. I was like, what the fuck? I'll never talk shit about an Arizona plant.
Could go rogue thief.
You said they were getting worse sooner, didn't they?
Maybe barbarian.
I'm not. Dude, I haven't done coke in like. I see. That's how you know I haven't done coke because I don't even.
Do barbarian and see how that goes.
Yeah.
I can always respect.
No, I just say that as a joke, bro. Yeah, I was dying. My brother the other day was looking famous pizza. He should look at 20 here. Because now you're not supposed to check like that. You're supposed to lick it. If your tongue goes numb, it's a good 20. I was like, bro, shut the fuck up.
So where's my rage? The bonus that you can roll mushroom with every getting number of hit points equal to blah blah blah. Okay, not bad. So this will go over here.
Okay, I know how this sounds, but hear me out. Survivor 3 Mark announced the Valkyrie 84 is missing in Tucson. It's totally abducted. Smart suspect caught the camera. Bitcoin ransom money starts showing up. Chaos confusion from zero to 100. One timing. It happens at the same time window as the FB file discourse resurfacing to victims start talking publicly again. Survivor 3 is one of the only mainstream actors who on record. Other interviews reported.
Oh, did you ever get a avionic factory?
The FBI factory. Family statement was normal. It sounded like
I didn't get it yet.
It sounds like AI.
I haven't done any of these.
He had so much. Oh, there's my rage.
I'm still gonna be a score with the guy. It's like super horny as fuck, bro. The gooeyest sick bugs I've ever seen. I was hella bored, bro. Like, fuck it.
You know the cultural symbolism between types of pizza and next indicates that this call that's very weird coincidence. And it's the perfect intimidation for deniable or absurd, but loaded. This feels like a message, not kidnapping. This feels like some AI stuff. If this was about money, why
is it weird that I know it's Ice Spice walking because of her ass?
No.
Is that bad?
You're a gooner, bro. I fucking knew it.
No. It's normal. I knew it was her because of her
Okay, there's my attacks.
What if this wasn't about a rat and all? What if it was a message to journalists that certain interviews are over safe, and the punishment won't be directed to the family?
Black Beatles has 1 billion views. What the fuck?
Anyway, I know this sounds insane, but this whole thing feels like it's designed to be
Oh, I guess, yeah, because that's right.
This isn't the archive conspiracy. Somewhere in it, you haven't got to take it fully seriously, but I am actually quite killed by that. It's a dig a little deeper, Savannah development, Bill Clinton's campaign, he was technically referred to as communications consultant, but it's monthly task with people.
I hated that song so much growing up, but got all those views.
the mother was kidnapped, keeping silent about quantum definition, the
What
editing,
else?
China, Newton scandal.
Computers,
It caused like
Jesus Christ, rowdy rebels.
cabinet pages were getting a little bit too far out now. So I thought it was odd how much coverage Stuff Creators was getting. Of course, I don't want thinking that kind of
So many switches now.
84-year-old woman with medical issues for 10 days. The prognosis doesn't look good. By the way, over 300,000 children go missing in the US annually. They don't even get close to the media coverage that this young lady is getting. It's been constant ever since it was originally reported, and I find this definitely suspicious. I'm glad you mentioned this. Such the lady is missing, but it should not be compromised. Absolutely do not have to care distraction to children. It's absorbed almost the entirety of the media's attention. In the meantime, the ICE search in Minneapolis recovered 3,364 children and unaccompanied minors that have been missing since they crossed the border over Biden. Not children that came with their families and unaccompanied minors in Minnesota alone. More people know about Mountain Ground related stuff coming from the Tucson area, and they have about any idea about 3,000 children recovered in Minnesota in the last 3 weeks. It's wonder radical left is going to acknowledge that. All the stay back, quite possibly the most significant legislation of our lifetime securing our elections. Who's even talking about in real life? 76% of black voters are in favor, but Democratic senators call voter ID Jim Crow 2.0. They have zero integrity. They're going to shoot it down without any filibuster reps. Republican representatives, Republicans don't have a 60% vote for passing. Then voters support voter ID, but Nancy Guthrie has the airwaves so saturated that no one even realized this battle for your right to legitimate Democratic elections in the state. I mean, it's dark world with dark candidates and people in power because any end to the children got distracted when they're actually freedom to the state. I'm not saying those people, but Nancy got 100% for taking advantage of media coverage to drown out what we should actually be paying attention to. As someone who's paying attention to what they're trying to get away with while we're not looking, it's terrifying. Says you covered all of the thoughts that we've about tonight on our conspiracy theories, wrong conspiracy theories, until they're proven true. Maybe I'm just gaining
Okay, that looks good. Anything here? Nope. Alright, let's get to the tutorial chest.
Savannah married one of the co-founders of the Global Path Group, a strategic communication with government that's from the Clintons, and was recommended to FD. Yikes. Right, that's crazy. Now they've got CCP, they've got Chinese are involved. It's crazy. I was scratching my head trying to figure out why this kidnapping story is taking over the media. There's always an ulterior reason there, and showing our faces what they want us to see. You hit the nail on the head. This is super weird. The average citizen isn't going to be these people to question anything. It's so frustrating being so obviously bamboozled. You've got to have the first suspect they arrested got let go in a few hours. He said the police didn't even interrogate him. He got out of his vehicle after noticing someone following him while he was door dashing. They raided his house out of illegal air. Then again, the first time catching a single rock person, actually. Oh!
Morning pie opener. Coffee, Peabody's sausage, egg, and chicken McGriddle, and a mouth-watering sausage McMuffin with egg. Both for just $5.
How's the taste? Yeah.
Well, my parents used to take me out frequently every evening when I got home from school. Mom said we were looking for the 7 cities of gold out there. Grants is such a unique place. What I love about Grants is how much there is to discover. Where else can you spend the day exploring ancient lava flows, sandstone arches, and end up watching a car race?
It's crazy. Alright. Yeah. This is scary. This is super scary. I'm scared. That's super scary. This is a conspiracy. This is an R-class conspiracy. I can't indulge in this entirely, but I mean, I've been talking a lot of shit about the episode, so yeah. I don't know, maybe I'll find some other stuff to talk about. I actually have, I'm getting the chills. I'm getting the goosebumps right now. This is super sweet. I hope that that's not the case. You know, I hope that this is some kind of mistaken identity. I do feel like it's highly possible that, like, these ransom letters are just fraudsters trying to get some free Bitcoin out of the situation. I can see that happening. I mean, it's most likely she's not alive anymore, right? They're saying she takes medication daily, she's not getting it. I don't know, I'm hearing rumors that there's some kind of link in Mexico, might be taken to Mexico. I am super scared. But like, look, let's be real. Like the Epstein connection doesn't make much sense. Like that's what she's known for, right? She was exposing Epstein a month after he died. With the victims, they're trying to silence all the victims. Virginia Giuffre shot herself after having a car crash, which didn't make sense. And they dragged out the fucking bus driver to like go watch the video I did about Virginia Giuffre that, and then you get killed. I'm scared. I'm gonna stop now. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. I'm going to take all the Epstein videos down and just go back to rap. Maybe not all. Because these guys are way too scary. You know, the ones from the crypts, they get on my case, but like, the Epstein hitters, yeah, I'm scared of them. So, look, alright, I don't even want to say anything crazy, alright? So, let me know what you thought of this video, let me know if you think this conspiracy theory is absolutely out of control, if you think it's merit, I don't know. But again, so I'll catch you up next video and I'll wrap it up there. Wow. See you soon, bye.
Alright. Greg, you're gay. I'm sorry to tell you.
Between 1969 and 1977, NASA's Apollo seismometers recorded over 13,000 different
Gonna see you guys.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here.
insane and possible characteristics.
Damn it, with the mess.
Like
Let's do the fucking
hollow, maybe artificial structure. Certainly not like a large rock. Don't exile me from Athens. Hey guys, comment down below if you get that reference. That's right, I said it. The moon is not a goddess, it's a rock. A hollow one. Press like. After 12, every subsequent Apollo mission deliberately crashed their SIBB third stages into the moon. Every single impact produced the same or similar result. Like, no, it vibrates for hours and it wobbles with a bizarre mechanical position. Now, I'm very uncomfortable. Praise be unto the Holy Shoulder. What's he doing there? Probably jacking it. He's probably jacking it in there. These weren't anomalies, these weren't measurement errors, they were consistent, repeatable phenomena. That's probably why we don't go back up on that moon anymore, because it's scary. It's weird, it's scary, dude. So there's a question that emerged from NASA's own data. What if the moon is hollow and has aliens living in it? During the time American scientists are struggling to explain their seismic moon data, two researchers on the other side of the Iron Curtain were asking an unthinkable question, not just saying, it's ringing like a bell, sorry. It's ringing like a bell, that's pretty odd. They're saying, it's hollow. In July 1970, Sputnik magazine published a paper that would shape lunar science across the Iron Curtain. The authors, Mikhail Basin and Alexander Sherbakov from the Soviet Academy of Sciences, titled their work, Is the Moon the Creation of Alien Intelligence? This is in the 70s. I'm not saying that just because Soviets wrote something in a magazine makes it real, but it is odd that they let them publish that, because they banned a lot of things. They didn't exactly have freedom of speech. It's kind of bizarre that that's like a... I mean, it seems weird, doesn't it? Doesn't it seem a little strange? The opening statement of this work cuts straight to the point. Although people long ago, although people, how do you do a Russian accent? Your internet and mobile price won't change for 5 years.
See, it looks just like you. It's beautiful.
Guaranteed. A step ahead. Requires 2 Bg3 and gig unlimited mobile. Taxes and fees excluded for price line. Mobile data speed reduced after 20 gigs.
Long ago began to wonder whether the canals on Mars were creation of Holy engineer. For some odd reason, Mother Curtin looked at the same eyes on the floor and what we didn't understand much closer.
That's like 9 different actions.
Yeah, I thought the highlights would look good, but it just does not look good.
The moon wasn't just moving strangely, wasn't something we could explain. It's an artificial
What's the option?
spaceship. That's what that's the point. A hollow sphere created by extraterrestrial intelligence and deliberately placed in Earth's orbit so we can have cool, fun maps and cock zombies. Bazin and Sherbakov presented detailed calculations architectural blueprints and engineering specifications for their spaceship. They also made this fun little song.
Shut up, Lizelle.
That wasn't by them. They didn't. That's,
If this is an option, this is sick.
the analysis of these two smart Soviet men began with the crater depth.
Ooh, critical.
Despite impacts
It is an option.
from small rocks to objects under 60 miles in diameter, every single crater maintained the same approximate depth. It's 1.2 and 2 miles. The craters vary tremendously,
Nice.
some spanning hundreds of miles, but their depth remained bizarrely consistent. Hey, that's freaky. These two men came up with an architectural explanation.
That's new.
Moon, see,
There's a backpack here.
exactly 2.5 to 3 miles thick. So no matter how large the impact, meteorites can only penetrate this outer skin before hitting something far more substantial beneath the name. There being much variation in the depth. But that anomaly is just the beginning. Beneath lay a secondary armor layer and inner hull that's 20 miles thick, protecting the hollow interior. So you have a small thin layer on the tip, and then you get a big, gigantic layer on the bottom, and then you have a hollow center where people live. So the Soviets weren't describing a NASA satellite; they were describing an alien spacecraft, hollow. So we have the Soviet theory, which you could say is academic speculation, or you can just buy it wholesale. But what about NASA whistleblowers? How do you feel about that? This chapter is fairly interesting because we're going to talk about some incidents involved with it. Not just from NASA this time, but some interesting stuff from throughout history. Some activity, I guess you could say, in regard to our buddy in the sky. If the moon were truly the dead, lifeless rock that losers want us to believe, scientists, it should remain perfectly static. There should be no changes, no lights, no activity, just an ancient cratered sphere that reflects sunlight so it looks like cheese. But for over 450 years, we have astronomers, amateur stargazers, and even NASA's own astronauts that have documented something unsettling and disturbing. The moon is alive with unexplained phenomena. These are not isolated incidents. They're a systematic pattern of activity that has been documented in official government reports, peer-reviewed scientific papers again, and NASA technical publications. This isn't just data and the moon ringing like a bell. This is people seeing weird, unexplained shit. In July of 1968, just months before Apollo 11, NASA published a technical report, R277, the chronological catalog of reported lunar events. This document represented the most comprehensive official acknowledgement that the moon exhibits unexplained activity. The report covered 427 years of observations from 1540 to 1967 and documented 579 separate instances of anomalous lunar phenomena. This isn't just folklore, there is some, but this includes observations by the world's most respected astronomers using the finest telescopes available. Later expanded catalogs will document over 2,254 individual events, which creates a database of lunar activity that defies explanation, especially if the moon were truly a dead planetary celestial beautiful little sexy body up there. NASA classified these phenomena into 5 distinct categories. 1. Gaseous mists and obscurations. 2. Reddish colorations. 3. Green, blue, or violet colorations. 4. Brightening. 5. Darkening. Makes sense. Thank you, NASA. Each category suggests active processes occurring on or within the lunar surface. Gaseous emissions implies
What did you just call her?
color changes suggest potentially energy releases. Brightenings and darkenings indicate controlled illumination systems. Maybe the aliens turn the lights off and on, like Nosferatu and SpongeBob. Plus, the patterns aren't random. They're clustered around specific lunar features and occurred at predictable intervals and exhibited characteristics consistent with artificial lighting and some atmospheric control systems. And one location in particular dominates the transient phenomena reports more than any up. That is the Aristarchus crater, a relatively young impact feature measuring 40 kilometers in diameter. By 2007, astronomers had documented 122 TLP reports from Aristarchus. This makes that crater more than 30 times more active than any other young craters of similar size. And the activity at Aristarchus wasn't subtle. Observers reported dramatic color changes, intense brightening events, and gaseous emissions visible through Earth-based telescopes. The phenomenon occurred with such regularity that experienced lunar observers knew to monitor Aristarchus during periods of enhanced activity. Aristarchus' most significant moment came during Apollo 11, which was humanity's first lunar landing mission. On July 19, 1969, as Apollo 11 approached the moon, Neil Armstrong made an observation that NASA reported in official mission transcripts but never fully explained. While orbiting the lunar surface, Armstrong reported unusual illumination in the Aristarchus region. Armstrong noted the area considerably more illuminated than the surrounding area. Seems to have a slight amount of fluorescence. Fluorescence, Neil Armstrong? On an airless world with no atmosphere to create aurora effects, no electrical storms to generate plasma phenomena, and no volcanic activity to produce glowing gases, Neil Armstrong? Are you sure? You're describing a light bulb then. Or artificial lighting, Neil Armstrong. Don't punch me in the face. Now, what is particularly significant about this is that Aristarchus lays on the moon's far side during the orbital pass, so it's shrouded in lunar night. Any illumination Armstrong observed had to originate from the lunar surface itself or from within the moon, not the sun or someone on Earth shining a really bright flashlight at it. So that's pretty interesting. Now, how about William Herschel, the astronomer who saw lunar volcanoes? This is one of the most dramatic historical observations, and that comes from Sir William Herschel, the astronomer who discovered Uranus and revolutionized our understanding of the solar system as we knew it in that time. Herschel possessed some of the finest telescopes of his era and meticulous observational skills, and this all made him one of history's most respected astronomers. On May 4th, 1783, Herschel observed something that knocked his weave off, something that challenged everything science thought it knew about the moon. Through his telescope, he watched a red glow emanating from the Aristarchus crater bright enough to register magnitude 4, visible to the naked eye under ideal conditions. That's substantial, and Herschel's observations continued over several years. On April 19th to the 20th in 1787, he documented what he described as 3 active volcanoes on the lunar surface, including another intense brightening event at Aristarchus. Herschel published his findings in the Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society, lending this some level of scientific credibility to reports of bizarre lunar activity. We know now that he was not observing volcanic eruptions because the moon lacks the geological activity necessary for volcanism. So yeah, that's not possible, Herschel. Sorry about that. What he was witnessing was controlled illumination events from an artificial source. It was visible. So NASA's documentation of lunar transient phenomena represents both a full disclosure and a form of concealment. By officially cataloging the events, the agency acknowledges that they occurred, but by classifying them as transient lunar phenomena rather than evidence of hollow moon, NASA maintains the fiction that the moon is a rock. This being just months before Apollo 11 suggests NASA was preparing the public for astronaut observations of lunar activity, and by establishing a framework for unexplained phenomena, the agency gets to acknowledge astronaut reports without having to actually admit their true significance, which is what the government has done with the UAP stuff, in all honesty, just pointing things out here. So yeah, basically the moon has been watching us, and at certain points in history, it ignored us. By turning the lights on and off like Nosferatu and SpongeBob! These aren't conspiracy theorists, these aren't shovel-chinned chads like myself on YouTube speculating. These are NASA employees, military technicians, and contractors with security clearances who claim to have seen evidence that NASA or other government agencies were covering up lunar discoveries. First comes Don Wilson, the popularizer. In 1975, Don Wilson, an author, published Our Mysterious Spaceship Moon, which was the first comprehensive English-language exploration of the hollow moon theory. And Wilson didn't just rehash the Soviet work, he claimed sources inside NASA confirmed his theories.
Multipliers vouchers from the Arizona lottery, you can multiply the good days.
that means more celebration. Play for over $270 million in prizes. Arizona Lottery, love the play.
Here's to 30 grams of protein with no added sugar. Here's to 160 calories in all favorite flavors. Premier protein. Shake, twist, crack. Oh, get 'em.
You know, I can also say that, but Wilson's most explosive allegations involved secret communications during Apollo missions. According to his sources, astronauts regularly encountered unexplained phenomena but were instructed to use coded language. And in his 1979 follow-up, Secrets of Our Spaceship, Wilson published what he claimed was actual dialogue between Neil Armstrong and Mission Control, and it reads as follows. Armstrong says to Mission Control, "What the hell was that? Those babies are huge, enormous. I'm telling you, there are other spacecraft out there, lined up on the far side of the crater edge. They're on the moon watching us." Time the alarm drop. Wilson insisted that NASA privately admits that this is true, which what that exactly means, I'm not totally sure. Wilson also insists that the Apollo missions were routinely followed by alien spacecraft, which I believe that shit. So, the moon wasn't just hollow, it was also alien. Corroboration. We got the Soviets, we got Don, genius author. Now, how about Carl Wolf, the technician who saw a bit too much? On September 11, 2001, something terrible happened, but at some other point in the year in 2001, during Dr. Stephen Greer's Disclosure Project press conference, former Air Force Sergeant Carl Wolf stepped forward and shed some light on something quite different. He shared a testimony that had the UFO research community ringing like a bell. Mr. Wolf served from 1964 to 1968 with a top-secret crypto clearance, which is even better than a normal top-secret clearance. You get access to different cool authentication stuff. And lots of crypto! Secrets. No, this is the 1960s. Carl was working as a precision electronics photograph technician at Langley Air Force Base. And in 1965, 4 years before Apollo 11, Wolf was sent to work on equipment processing NASA lunar photographs. This guy got to see some shit. This is what he said at that press conference in 2000.
We walked over to one side of the lab and he said, "By the way, we discovered a base in the backside of the moon."
Wolf recalled. The technician then showed Wolf a mosaic of photographs revealing structures that defied any logical explanation.
Then he pulled out one of these mosaics and showed this base, which had geometric shapes. There were towers, spherical buildings, even something phallic in the shape of a penis. There were very tall towers and things like that. Somewhat like radar dishes. Very large structure.
So Wolf was looking at photographs of artificial structures on the moon that were taken in 1965 before any human had supposedly even set foot on the beautiful celestial body. And that's for next to a NASA scientist, a fellow by the name of George Leonard. Now, George claimed to be a former NASA scientist who had analyzed thousands of official NASA photographs. And in 1976, George published Somebody Else is on the Moon, which is a scary, scary title for anything to publish. That's freaky. And George presented photographic evidence of massive artificial structures covering the lunar surface. Now, of course, he doesn't attach any of these images, but he describes them, and his descriptions read like science fiction, but he insists on his reputation that every claim was based on careful analysis of NASA imagery.
Amidst the chemical ranges, some over a mile long, working the lunar surface.
He cataloged
vehicles, tracks, towers, and more, pipes, conduits, conveyor belts.
He also described
motors on the moon's surface as big as the Bronx.
Which we can look at the moon now, so I feel like maybe that's not true. You can't see that stuff. But there is a dark side. That's all the stuff. So yeah, the author of There's Somebody Else on the Moon, an ex-NASA scientist who used to look at photographs for NASA, screams that he's seen evidence that the moon has life on it and that there is no denying the truth. The moon is occupied by an intelligent race of aliens. That's right, the moon is not only hollow, it's also a functioning base for extraterrestrials with moon operation. Massive machinery working on the surface. Sounds like Factorio, to be honest. Then we have Donna Hare. You're going to notice a bit of a pattern here. All these people saw photographs. Nobody actually went to the moon and saw this crazy shit. They saw photographs and they're like, what? Donna worked as a technical illustrator for Philco Ford at NASA for 15 years, from 1967 to 1981. And she received the Apollo Achievement Award from NASA in 1969. So she had full-on access to NASA's photo laboratories, and that gave her a front row seat to the systematic manipulation of lunar imagery. So the theory here is that Donna witnessed all of the images from the moon being doctored and changed to prevent us peons on Earth from seeing green people, like Factorio saves that are incredibly impressive. Hare testified that she regularly witnessed photo technicians airbrushing UFOs and anomalous objects from lunar photographs before public release.
But I realized at this point that it's very secret, that it was kept secret, because I asked him, what are you going to do with this piece of information? And he said, we always airbrush these out before we sell them to the public. So they're pesky little creatures appearing on this photograph they wanted to get rid of.
And according to her testimony, astronauts use the code word Santa Claus when reporting UFO sightings during the mission. Unbelievable, and most disturbing were her claims about astronaut testimony. Hare alleged that astronauts were threatened to stay quiet about their encounters and that NASA maintained strict protocols to prevent public disclosure of any anomalous discoveries.
The Apollo astronauts saw craft on the moon when we landed. And that is what he told me. And he also was afraid, he said that the astronauts are told to keep this quiet. They're not allowed to talk about it.
But what about the story of Ken Johnson, archive man? Ken is seen as one of the more credible whistleblowers in the hollow moon theory. I'm sure people are going to get really mad at me saying that, but from my research, this is what we get. Ken worked for the NASA contractor Brown and Root Corporation from 1969 to 1972. By the way, I'm not going to just go past Brown and Root Corporation. That is the worst ever that has ever existed. Ken was a manager of the data and photo control department at the Green Receiving Laboratory, and Johnson's role gave him unprecedented access to the complete photographic record of the Apollo missions. And according to his testimony, he was ordered to destroy 5 complete sets of Apollo photographs, but he secretly saved one complete collection. And Johnson claims that these preserved photographs contain clear evidence of artificial structures that he personally witnessed strippers or people who systematically remove anomalies from images of photos, just like Donna. Yes, some corroboration. This is how the truth is found. In the photos, Johnson claims to have saved and allegedly showed the same structures that were described by Carl and George way back in the past. Geometric buildings, towers, and clear signs of artificial construction on the surface of the moon. So yeah, these aren't just random internet people making wild claims. These are people making claims a long time ago that are wild. And these people have experience and track records in these worlds. So it's more like a bunch of Bob and Thars instead of just a bunch of memes. These are people with security clearances, NASA credentials, and direct access at some point to the source material that they're basing their testimony. And their testimonies paint a consistent picture. And the picture is that NASA knows that the moon is hollow and they are suppressing that information to protect us. Beyond the testimonies and theory lay cold, hard data. I haven't used this camera yet. Beyond the testimonies and theories lay cold, hard data. You guys didn't expect me to have a camera like this, but you can look it out all the way and check before I do it. For our cold, hard data, we have measurements taken by NASA's own instruments, calculations performed by respected scientists, and numbers that don't add up unless the moon is fundamentally different from every other planetary body in our solar system. which is possible. Because it's hollow, and this evidence wasn't hidden, it's not hard to find. Published in peer-reviewed journals, presented at scientific conferences, and recorded by the most sophisticated instruments humanity had ever sent into space. And the mystery wasn't that the data is secret, it's that most scientists refuse to consider what the numbers are showing or telling. Part A of this is the density paradox. The moon doesn't weigh enough. It's too skinny. The density of the Earth measures 5.5 grams per cubic centimeter, which is typical for a rocky planet with a substantial iron core. The moon's density is just 3.34 grams per cubic centimeter. So the moon is 60% of the Earth's density. For a body supposedly formed from the same primordial material as the Earth, it's a pretty big discrepancy that defies some level of explanation. Rocky planets should have similar densities. Mars is 3.93, Venus is 5.24, Mercury is 5.43, and all of these fall in the expected range for solid planetary bodies. The moon is an outlier. It's a 2,162-mile diameter sphere that weighs far less than it should. Something even more puzzling is the moon's moment of inertia factor, which is this. This number suggests an almost uniform density throughout the interior of the body, which a solid sphere of uniform rock should have a factor of 0.4, but if the moon contained a dense core like the other planets, that factor should be significantly low. This measurement suggests that the moon's interior is remarkably uniform, which is exactly what you would expect from a hollow sphere. Its walls are consistently thick. Dr. Gordon MacDonald, a NASA geophysicist, published a statement in 1962 saying, if the astronomical data are reduced, it is found that the data required that the interior of the moon be less dense than the outer parts. Indeed, it would seem that the moon is more like a hollow sphere than like a homogeneous sphere. Big reference. So that guy said it. He isn't a fringe theorist. He's a respected NASA scientist analyzing official data that they had available at the time. So Dr. McDonald, a well-respected guy. Unlike maybe some of the whistleblower people, this guy is legit. He's a real geophysicist. And he was analyzing official data and coming to a conclusion. The conclusion is that the moon's interior was less dense than the exterior shell, which is pretty good. It's like the opposite of a Ferrero Rocher. It's like one of those eggs. Those like eggs you get on Easter where it's real soft in the middle and the exterior is hard. Shit. Bro, it's not like a Ferrero Rocher with a hard, nutty core. In 1968, NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory made a discovery that was fairly interesting. They discovered that the moon contained massive gravitational anomalies called mascons, which is mass concentrations that create gravitational fields up to 200 milligauss stronger than expected. So, this sounds like crazy, insane shit, but it's pretty sciencey and it does make sense. Get this. These mascons were so powerful that they could pull a plumb bob 1/3 of a degree off of vertical. Can you imagine finding an area where you got a little piece of metal on the end of the string and it's like, shit? Huh? Because of the massive concentration of shit? That's so confusing to me. More significantly, these mascons made low lunar orbit completely unstable. So spacecraft attempting to maintain a circular orbit around the moon would crash within months as the mascons gradually pulled it off. These mascons clustered beneath the moon's largest impact basins, the Mare Imbrium, the Mare Serenitatis, and the Mare Crisium. But also, the gravitational signatures of these mascons made no sense for natural geological features. They're too massive, too precisely located, and too geometrically perfect. Traditional planetary science suggests that these basins should show gravitational deficits. For example, there should be less mass where giant impacts had excavated material, but instead they show the opposite. Concentrated masses as if dense material had been deliberately placed beneath each impact site, aka the hollow moon. So the mascons, pretty sketchy, pretty odd. What is that? Could be pillars holding up the hollow shell. I'm not exactly sure. So anyways, let's circle back a bit on the crater depth conspiracy that was first introduced, that we first introduced from our Soviet friends. Every large lunar crater tells the same bizarre and seemingly impossible story. Regardless of the size of the impact that's created these, regardless of the speed or angle of the meteorite, every major crater maintains virtually identical depths. Tycho crater is 85 kilometers in diameter, only 4,800 meters deep. The Copernicus crater, 93 kilometers in diameter and 3,800 meters deep. On Earth, crater depth varies dramatically with impact size. For example, a meteor capable of creating an 85-kilometer crater would excavate far deeper than one creating a 10-kilometer crater. The moon's craters far bizarre. Every impact was hitting in the same barrier at the same depth, between 1.2 and 2 miles below the surface, exactly the depth predicted by Bassett and Cherbakov's Hall thickness calculations, which is kind of odd. It's almost as if every meteorite is striking an armored shell rather than a solid rocky body, my solid rocky body. Good, Cowboys, sign up. Been working out a lot. My friends, check that out. Guns. Welcome to the gun show. So,
Oh shit,
we
I
got
forgot.
that. Now for one more circle back. The Apollo seismic network of seismometers that were set up to measure vibrations back in the 60s and 70s. This network revealed properties that defy conventional planetary science. For example, the moon's Q factor, which is a measure of how efficiently it transmits seismic energy, measures approximately 3,600. Now, this number probably means nothing at all to you, but this indicates extremely low energy attenuation, meaning vibrations can propagate for extraordinary distances without losing strength. No solid planetary body that we know of exhibits such properties. Earth's Q factor rarely exceeds 600. Mars, Venus, and other rocky planets show similar gamma differences. And for your information, high Q factors are associated with hollow or highly structured materials, bells, drums, engineered resonance chambers, you name it, things that are made by aliens. So that's kind of odd. Deep moonquakes, originating from 600 to 1,000 kilometers below the surface, provide another anomaly. These occurred deeper than any earthquake on Earth and exhibited characteristics suggesting that they originated at boundaries between different materials. And the depth and regularity suggest that they were occurring at the interface between an outer shell and an inner cavity, aka somewhere in the hollow moon. And mysteriously, moonquakes showed remarkable periodicity, clustering around the times when Earth's gravitational pull was strongest. This suggests that the moon's interior is responding to tidal stress in ways consistent with a hollow structure under strain. So, odd, very odd. The seismic data paints a picture that hollow moon fears find impossible to ignore. A hollow sphere with walls approximately 25 miles thick, exactly matching the Soviet scientists' architectural specifications. Those guys that sang that song earlier? Those guys. They're right. Every measurement, every calculation, every piece of data points towards the same bizarre and impossible conclusion. The moon isn't behaving like a natural satellite. It's exhibiting characteristics of an artificial construct designed and positioned by intelligence far beyond human influence. And the best part is, the evidence isn't hidden in a government vault. Some of it probably is, but it's published in NASA technical reports and analyzed by university researchers, confirmed by independent space agencies around the world. The scientific community has the data, and they simply refuse to believe that the moon is hollow. They do acknowledge that it is strange. I hope you guys see what I'm doing with this video. I'm not a crazy person. I'm going to debunk all of this. More than 50 years after the Apollo mission's first opened the can of worms that is modern technology is continuing to reveal more moon development problems with advanced space technology. Since 2020, a new generation of lunar missions equipped with sophisticated sensors, ground-penetrating radar, and precision sampling equipment has produced discoveries that would have even seemed impossible to previous generations of scientists, in spite of what they were finding. China's Chang'e program, Chang'e, I don't know how to actually say it, has, let's just say, completely revolutionized lunar science through a series of increasingly sophisticated missions that have culminated in the first successful sample returns from the moon's dark side, the far side. And these samples are deeply troubling. Right? Chang'e 5, which returned samples from Oceanus Procellarum in 2020, brought back the youngest mare basalts ever analyzed. Rocks dated to just 2 billion years old. This represented volcanic activity far more recent than models predicted for a body supposedly cooling and dying since its formation 4.5 billion years ago. Chang'e 6 went in 2024, and its return from the far side revealed something even more extraordinary, a dramatic compositional asymmetry between the moon's near and far sides that defies explanation through.
Need better internet? Cox Internet has the fast, reliable speeds you're looking for. Get Cox 300 meg internet with a 2-year plan price lock guarantee, plus equipment included. Quit today. Taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee.
Natural process, but artificial process. The hollow moon. statements that were striking. Near-side examples contain approximately 200 micrograms of water per gram of rock, which is surprisingly high for, once again, a bone dry body that formed in the inner solar system, but far-side samples contain only 1 to 1.5 micrograms per gram, which is more than 100 times less water than the near side. And this asymmetry makes no sense for a naturally formed body, and if the moon had formed from Earth debris following a giant impact, both sides should exhibit similar water content. Biological rationale and science. Has the artificial inhabitants of the moon been conserving water on the near side? I don't know. Let's ask Chang'e 7. Japan's Selene mission, also known as Kaguya, provided crucial data about the moon's internal structure that has challenged general assumptions of the way that planets are formed. In 2014, Dr. Yuji Harada's team discovered what they described as an extremely soft layer deep inside of the moon. According to their analysis, the interior of the moon has not cooled and hardened, and is still being warmed by the effect of the Earth. That's what they said. That's crazy. A solid rocky body of the moon's size should have completely cooled billions of years ago. Okay, guys? The discovery of soft, warm material deep within the lunar interior suggests it is very comfortable and nice and cozy inside. And it also suggests there's active processes maintaining elevated temperatures, exactly what you find from an artificial facility with ongoing systems. So yeah, you heard this right. According to the Japanese, the moon's interior is fundamentally different from other planetary bodies. It's not cold, dead rock. It's a soft, comfy, warm facility brimming with daylight. In 2024, scientists confirmed the existence of a massive cave system 150 meters beneath Mare Trinquelit Cave Cause. Measuring approximately 80 meters long and 45 meters wide, ground-penetrating radar detected the cavity, and subsequent analysis confirmed it represented only a small section of a much larger underground network of moon caves. Mainstream science interpreted these as lava tubes, which are natural tunnels formed by ancient volcanic activity, but people like myself see something far more significant: access points to the moon colony. Then take 2022. Director Roland Emmerich releases Moonfall, a $138 to $146 million blockbuster depicting the moon as an artificial Dyson sphere built by an ancient alien intelligence. Clever Hollywood fiction or soft disclosure? You tell me.
That's funny.
Before we get into the debunking, I would like to say that there are some coincidences about the moon that do make it seem strange, unnerving. Coincidental. It's you know, there's a miracle of Big Bang. A lot of things that just don't make any sense. We cannot wrap our minds around. And it's weird when it's like a little ball burst that. You don't really understand all that? Are you kidding me? I look at that 1 second, I can totally understand. Then I start thinking about it, and I'm like, wait, the tides? You mean the water be everywhere? The moon won't here? That's scary. But yeah, I don't understand. Let's talk about the human eye for a second, how it relates to the moon being created artificially. Science people have acknowledged for decades that the human eye wasn't designed for our current atmosphere. The prevalence of myopia, astigmatism, and other modern vision problems suggest our visual system evolved under different and research shows that the human's eye's spectral sensitivity is optimized for wavelengths around 550
weak ass grapple.
The green lightsaber from the prequels. Studies also indicate that human vision would be better suited in an atmosphere with different composition and density. The high rates of vision problems in modern populations affecting between 30 and 40% of people in developed countries point to a fundamental mismatch between our eyes and our environment. What I'm saying is that before the moon showed up, the Earth was bigly different, and the atmosphere made our eyes act. And we lived in that atmosphere for such a long time that our eyes evolved for that atmosphere. This nonsense, I'm saying, becomes more significant when we examine ancient accounts from civilizations worldwide that describe dramatically different atmospheric conditions before the arrival of the moon. Bugging here, dude. Come on. Many ancient civilizations preserve remarkably similar accounts of atmospheric transformation that coincides with the moon's appearance in the Earth's sky. Gilgamesh is amongst them. I love the epic of Gilgamesh. Another flood story. Let's get it. These aren't just isolated folklore incidents. These are incidents that represent consistent testimony across continents and cultures and periods of time. Aboriginal people of Australia and various African tribes, including the Dogon, maintain oral traditions stating that women never experience menstrual cycles until the moon appeared, and these accounts describe the moon's arrival as fundamentally altering human biology and the natural rhythms of the Earth. Ancient texts from civilizations across the globe describe a world before the moon where the atmosphere was dense with mist, creating a greenhouse effect that filtered the sunlight differently, making everything green, like that lightsaber from the Greeks. The air was described as being more humid, thicker, jungle-like. Oh, and if this were reality, it would create optimal conditions for the human visual system. And we apparently evolved under those circumstances, according to the ancients. And the biblical
He's not dead this time.
flood correlates with many of these traditions as well. Ancient sources describe that when the moon appeared in the sky, this misty canopy collapsed, and that caused torrential rains that lasted for extended periods of time. My favorite, the Sumerian epic of Gilgamesh, Hindu Puranas, and dozens of other flood narratives from unconnected cultures all describe identical atmospheric collapsing conditions. So put that in your pipe and smoke it. Now, how about tidal lock? Ever heard that? You've probably been to the beach, seen the tides go in and go out, and you're probably like, Mommy, why does the tide go in and go out? And then your mom's like, why do you sound like Jerry Seinfeld? Ugly weirdo, and then your ego's hurt. Weird. But the moon presents the same face to Earth with absolute consistency, like we talked about, the dark side of the moon. This phenomenon is called tidal locking, and it occurs when a satellite's rotational period exactly matches its orbital period. With the moon, both measure precisely 27.3 days. Convenient for hiding things. The moon's tidal lock is mathematically perfect. There's no wobble, no drift, no decay. It maintains this position with the mechanical precision of a, you guessed it, engineered system rather than the gradual approximation of natural gravitational. Okay? Now, for an artificial spacecraft, perfect tidal lock would be essential to keep sensitive equipment, entry ports, and observation posts on the far side permanently hidden from Earth-based detection while maintaining optimal orbital positions. That's right. Tidal lock in regard to the hollow moon theory has nothing to do with the beach. I'll tell you guys the funny story. This next thing is puzzling and very interesting. Puzzling genuinely in a sense of, like, I'm trying to be rational and understand this, and it doesn't make a lot of sense. Not in the sense of trying to explain to you guys the hollow moon theory and give it as much credence as I possibly can before utterly debunking it massively in this video. The most bizarre mathematical coincidence involved with the moon is the relationship between the moon, the Earth, and the sun. During total solar eclipses, the moon appears to be exactly the same size as the sun when viewed from the surface of the Earth, which is where we live. The sun measures 1.39 million kilometers in diameter, and our beautiful, sexy moon measures 3,474 kilometers. So the sun is approximately 400 times larger than the moon. So it should appear 400 times larger than the moon in the Earth's sky, right? The sun also sits approximately 400 times further from the Earth than the moon. So we have two 400-to-1 ratios that cancel each other out perfectly, which creates a nearly identical angular diameter of approximately a half a degree. Isaac Asimov called this coincidence remarkable back in 1965. It's a mathematical precision that is so exact that it defies probability calculations like many other things in regard to the moon. Jokes aside, there's a lot of weird stuff going on with the moon, guys. No other planet, moon, or star system in the known universe has exhibited this characteristic that we have, that we are blessed with on this planet. Hollow moon people think that this is a deliberate placement. Precisely positioned there at the correct distance to. Our solar system contains 293 contained moons. Astronomers have discovered over 5,000 exoplanets, many with their own satellite systems, and in this vast catalog of celestial mechanics, not one moon exhibits the Earth-Moon proportional relationship. That's right. The moon measures 27% of Earth's diameter, and the next largest moon to planet ratio in our solar system is parent Pluto at 12%, or less than half our moon's proportion. So most moons measure less than 5% of their planet's diameter. And across thousands of exoplanets and their satellites, none approach our moon's massive size relative to it. Its primary Earth-Moon system is literally unique to the known universe, which is pretty shocking and pretty remarkable and fundamentally a head-scratcher. And this impossibly large moon just happens to be positioned at exactly the right distance to create the perfect solar eclipse. Also a level of precision that astronomers acknowledge has no parallel anywhere else. Bizarre. Now on to the debunking.
scratchers from the Arizona lottery for over $270 million in prizes.
SRP is a not-for-profit utility. That means having lower energy costs, money-saving programs, and the most reliable power in the Southwest. Find savings, reliability, and more at srp.net/value.
So as excited as you might be by the hollow moon theory, it turns out mainstream science offers fairly reasonable explanations for every single anomaly and every coincidence and every piece of evidence that seems to point towards artificial construction of the hollow moon. It really comes down to what are you willing to believe and how far are you willing to look and in what direction? Because if you look in one direction, you're going to find that it's hollow, and if you look in the other direction, you're going to unequivocally find that it's not, and these people are stupid. But somehow, if you're looking over here still, you'll still, just like you believe that, even though there's not as much evidence and it still doesn't make much sense. I don't really know, in all honesty, but I want to give some respect to both sides. I love science, and I don't actually think the moon is hollow, just in case you guys are wondering. Let's go through and explain some things that I think are important. Seismic explanation, for example. What are those extended vibrations that made the moon ring like a bell? Well, NASA scientists point to a surprisingly simple explanation. The moon is dry, bone dry. Earth's rocks contain water that acts like a natural shock absorber, which dampen seismic waves within minutes. The lunar rocks, which are subjected to 4.5 billion years of solar radiation and cosmic bombardment, devoid of atmosphere, the moon is, and so that like Yoda, the planetary body is completely desiccated, totally dry. It's like a big piece of beef jerky. And when you strike a completely dry, rigid structure, vibrations can propagate for extraordinary periods of time without the rapid energy loss seen on water-bearing planets or planets with atmospheres. Dry rock exhibits what scientists call extremely high Q factors, meaning vibrations continue much longer than in Earth-based material. And if you add in the moon's fractured upper crust, pulverized by eons of meteorite impacts into what geologists call a megaregolith, and you get intensive wave scattering without energy absorption. So you just get crazy bell ringing. Seismic energy bounces around like a light in a hall of mirrors and creates extended vibration periods that so mystified Neil Patrick Harris and the other Apollo astronauts.
And also,
Modern seismic analysis reveals something pretty bad for the hollow moon theorists. Both compressional and shear waves propagate throughout the lunar interior. That is measurable as data backs that, and this is impossible in a hollow space. The wave patterns map a
Still alive. So that's progress.
You're both twice as tall as me, but have half the bloody backbone. But we don't know what that thing even is. And what about the crypt?
I'm telling you, it's a ship. And the crypt can wait. Mari and Barton have been trying to break in for days. Now we... Stop! Got ourselves competition already. That's our ship. Oh, yeah? Well, we're...
I ain't fighting him. Not a chance.
We're leaving. Come on, move it!
You're more cunning than you look. I thought we had a fight on our hands.
What do you give a buck? Everything all right out there? Yeah? Well, I always were a bit soft. But I've got plenty of friends who ain't soft. Come in here and you can meet them.
breathing, despite everything. That might be worth a look. What was that? This place wasn't built for the living. Watch how you go. There's a trap. Be cautious. Watch how you go. There's a trap. Let's get going. Looks like someone wanted to bury their secrets.
This book is far lighter than it should be with such a massive lock. The tome does not take kindly to your tampering. A feeling like pins and needles lingers under your skin, pricking and prodding. the lock opens, a loose page comes with it. Magic pulses from the parchment. What was once script is now an obliterated scrawl. You have a sense these are names, a list. But of what? The longer you
No time to dally. My faith protects me.
A couple turns should do it. A strange coin. I wonder what it's worth. Armed scribes, but no sign of a struggle.
I wonder what was so subversive about their words that they commanded protection. Looks like a trap there.
That's Jurgle, scribe of the dead. I didn't think anyone still worshipped him. What's that? going. A lot of effort to hide one sarcophagus.
So he has spoken, and so thou standest before me, right as always. What a curious way to awaken. Now, I have a question for thee. What is the worth of a single mortal's life? Because that would be senseless. Wilt thou answer my question? So, I ask again, what is the worth of a single mortal life? Few strive for such balance. Fewer still achieve it. Very well. I am satisfied. We have met, and I know thy face. We will see each other again at the proper time and place. Farewell.
Yellow as a toad, twice as ugly.
The thing's dangerous. Leave it for the goblins to kill.
And if it escapes, how will you... Oh, a guest.
Your skull pounds in response to the prisoner's...
Get rid of them.
Converse with it. I barely know what it is.
But Demaze, if it's intelligent, we can't just...
Hells, this isn't worth it. I'm out of here.
Enough gawking. Get me down. Never. There is work to do.
Observe and listen.
Enough dawdling. Get me down. The tadpole hasn't yet scrambled all your senses. Auspicious. But the longer we wait, the more it consumes. My people possess the cure for this infection. I must find a creche. You will join me. You may as well suggest a wyvern bow to worms. The cure I offer will suffice as thanks. You would sacrifice yourself. Such tiring mediocrity. Very well, but heed my words. The Horned Ones mentioned a camp. One there, this Zoru, has seen Githyanki. A creche must be near. I must interrogate this Zoru. Our very lives depend on it. I will be at your camp. Do not keep me waiting.
At least things have stayed interesting. I hear shouting up ahead.
We should check it out, but be careful.
Open the bloody gate! Nobody gets in! Zevlor's orders! That pack of goblins will be on us any second!
What's going on?
Goblins are on our tail! Open the gate, Zevlor, now!
You let goblins here? Where is the druid?
Please! There's no time!
By the nine hells! Open the gate!
Time to pack it in for the day, I think.
There are children here, you fool! We was running for our lives. You led them straight to us, and you let them take the druid too? Unbelievable! And who the hell are you again? Show some respect. This man saved your pathetic life. Well, I didn't ask for any goddamn help. Please, you were begging me to open the gate. Anything to save yourself, you coward!
The human's eye twitches. He's about to blow.
You're right.
Worried about your precious hides, the both of you.
Enough! Squabbling is pointless. The goblins have found us.
At least we agree on that.
More goblins could be on their way.
I'm more worried about this parasite than a few goblins. We need a healer.
This is about your precious Baldur's Gate.
I care about our lives, our futures.
No, you just care about your stupid apprenticeship.
Take that back. Right now.
I'd swear.
Something.
Please, let us through.
It is. Let my door. She's. Come, you. Get back. Stop. Another step, and Magram will tear you open like a sack of grain.
The United States and the People's Republic of China established
I wish there was an option to be like, nah. Yeah, I'll go where I want.
Investment flowed, and for a decade, a cultural exchange took place between the two nations for the first time. The U.S. was over to the East, or vice versa. The East was over to the West. And this is with a downward, steady trend of the Soviet Union as well, with it ultimately culminating with the Philadelphia being written from Alexander in 1991, the fall, and so on. But during this period, China experienced growth that seemed miraculous. The economy was booming, and the Chinese people were exposed to foreign ideas and standards of living. They were seeing prosperity of mind and money. But prosperity brought problems that Yang had not foreseen. Inflation ate away at fixed incomes, and corruption flourished as officials discovered the rewards of capitalism. Most dangerously, economic opening exposed Chinese citizens to what the CCP viewed as dangerous foreign ideas. Ideas like democracy, human rights, and freedom. In late 1986 and early 1987, student-led demonstrations called for individuals to be granted more rights and freedoms similar to those outlined in Western countries and specifically the United States Constitution. So the cost of a booming economy with America as its primary trade partner appeared to be corruption on all sides. The Chinese government was corrupted by greed and personal gain in the new booming economy. And the government also began to see its citizens corrupted by Western ideology and demands for individual rights. By 1989, China's leadership was split down the middle. We had reformers like Hu Yaobang, the General Secretary of the CCP, believing that political liberalization must happen, and accompaniment with further economic reform. Hu Yaobang was a close ally of Deng Xiaoping and had even participated in the Long March of 1950.
Shrapnel Gang, the kidnapping of Savannah Guthrie's 84-year-old mother, Nancy Guthrie, has sparked a whole lot of questions about some very...
No!
The kidnapping itself is now being linked into the Epstein files. Some of Savannah Guthrie's reporting on Jeffrey Epstein and actually being involved with the victims of Jeffrey Epstein's trafficking is now being called into question, and a lot of people are wondering if this situation is actually directly linked to Jeffrey Epstein, the Epstein files, and the efforts to basically shut down anybody putting out information about the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. Now, if that's the case, I'm scared. But I'm going to break it all down to you guys in this video, any of the connections between the Epstein case, the kidnapping, and some stuff that is actually quite hard to ignore. So there's been some interesting TikToks going around about this, okay, and people are basically saying that, you know, somebody suspiciously searched for her address prior to the kidnapping, and also...
Walking makes you old. Tai Chi makes you young. Make it a habit. On February 23rd.
Essentially, okay, they're saying that maybe that this is a direct warning to journalists that are reporting the Epstein case, people that have reported the Epstein case, people that try to expose the Epstein situation, and that is actually quite alarming to me personally.
Clue for Grand Junction, Colorado's connection to Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. I told you yesterday someone in the Grand Junction, Colorado area was searching Nancy Guthrie's address before her abduction. Well, today I've got specific dates, more data, and I'll tell you right now, it gave me chills when I saw it. Those Grand Junction searches didn't just happen the day before Nancy vanished. They date back weeks. Digital records show searches for Nancy Guthrie address on January 5th and January 17th of 2026. But it goes even deeper. Search log shows someone in the Grand Junction area searched for images of Nancy Guthrie as far back as December 19th, 2025, again on New Year's Day, and then again on January 23rd. That's nearly 6 weeks of activity before she ever went missing. Think about this. If you wanted to abduct or burglarize someone, what would you do? You look them up. You want to know what they look like. You keep searching to see if there are new pictures of them, right? And the fact that this continued right up to a week before the abduction tells me this wasn't random. This was premeditation. And now, thanks to some incredible TikTokers, we discovered that Grand Junction isn't just relevant to Nancy Guthrie. There's also a new, bizarre, documented tie to Jeffrey Epstein. Just this week, a local news station there revealed Epstein's Western Colorado connections in the Epstein files. In a new set of subpoenaed financial records, Grand Junction is mentioned in multiple money transfers connected to Epstein. 2 checks, both list payable to Wells Fargo, Grand Junction, right there on the bottom corner. Why Grand Junction? Why that bank? And there's more. According to recovered email exchanges from Epstein's own schedulers, one reference that Jeffrey was, quote, interested in trips to Grand Junction. We know Epstein traveled out west often, but this shows he has specific interest in this Colorado town that's not even that big. My question is, does Epstein still have associates in Grand Junction? And who the hell are they? Now, flashback with me to 2019. Virginia Bg3, one of Epstein's most outspoken accusers, sat down for that haunting, unforgettable interview on NBC's Today Show with Savannah Guthrie. In that interview, Bg3 directly named both Epstein and Prince Andrew as abusers. She googled off that whole circle of abuse for the world to see. Since that interview, Virginia took her own life, leaving Savannah as the lone survivor of the two. So ask yourself, Savannah Guthrie helped expose Epstein and Prince Andrew. And a few years later, her mother, a random 84-year-old Arizona woman, is abducted after weeks of targeted searches from a small town Epstein himself was linked to financially and personally. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. In fact, I usually unravel conspiracies. But when I look at this, the time-old digital trail, the Grand Junction Epstein connection, I have to ask the tough question, was this kidnapping or was it really retaliation? If the intent was to cause Savannah Guthrie maximum pain, to torture her psychologically, that would explain why the ransom letter never led to a proof of blood. It would explain why the prince chose January 31st, a day before Savannah was supposed to fly to Milan, Italy, to cover the Olympics, one of the biggest gigs of her career. Maybe this wasn't kidnapping after all. Perhaps it was something far more sinister. This information has been shared, as always, with the FBI. Somebody at Grand Junction knows exactly what happened. And to that person, if you're watching, the clock is ticking. We're closing. Let's get justice for Nancy Guthrie.
This is scary as hell, okay? They're saying Epstein had connections in the area they were from, and really the connection with essentially Savannah Guthrie interviewing Epstein victims all the way back in 2019 is a big part of this. So let me show you a little bit of that. This was an interview that was conducted just a month after Epstein's death. I suppose maybe the powers that be, maybe the people that maybe got rid of Epstein, maybe, who knows, might have been a little bit upset that this story didn't just go away and die with Epstein. A month later, people were still dragging it up. People were still speaking to the victims. They were still looking for justice. It might have been a mistake what happened to Epstein. So let's just remind ourselves what's going on with that.
This is everything. The only solace for me is that when a group of people who experience trauma of this kind come together united against a common enemy, there's a very special bond between us all.
A painful bond shared among these 6 women, sitting together for the first time for an exclusive interview with NBC News.
I find it very comforting to be here.
Marika Shartuni, Anishka Tejorju, and Rachel K. Benedito sharing their stories about Epstein for the first time on television.
I think the nature of this kind of abuse means that you're conditioned to be silent, to be isolated, secretive, and shameful. I feel like, it was a big game for him. And we were the pieces of his game. You're like, I'm just not going to say anything, because that's what he told me to do.
The women all have familiar stories of grooming, promises, and then sexual assault.
I can relate to pretty much every person sitting here next to me.
Virginia?
So this is what was going on. Okay, Savannah Guthrie was leading very serious interviews. Okay, he was saying that no one's been arrested besides Maxwell. Now Virginia Guthrie is dead. It is a little bit suspicious. And the way Virginia Guthrie went out was very, very suspicious. Right? I don't personally believe the official version of events, but that's just my opinion. Now, interestingly enough, okay, as of February 17th, 2026, so just a few days ago from this video, local Colorado news outlets have actually also begun highlighting Epstein's established ties to the state of Colorado, and these ties apparently were dating all the way back to the 1980s, apparently.
Yeah, thank you, Hannah. Now, dozens of files publicly available.
Oh, wow.
Mentioned Grand Junction, Aspen, Durango, and more areas across the western slope. Now, these ties include money transactions, ski trips, and victim testimonies.
Millions of newly released files on Jeffrey Epstein reveal connections to western Colorado. In November 2005, the state attorney for the 15th Judicial Circuit's Money Laundering Task Force in Florida sent online banking company Western Union a subpoena. Under a felony investigation, the task force requested any information related to transferred funds related to Epstein. Attached to the subpoena are 2 copies of checks, one for $100, the other for $75, both paid to Epstein. In the bottom left corner of each check reads the words payable at Wells Fargo Grand Junction. The reason for these transfers and Grand Junction's mention is unknown. Grand Junction is also mentioned a few times in relation to trips to Aspen. One email chain from July 2012 involves an itinerary which brings the involved parties through Aspen for Grand Junction from Zorro Ranch in New Mexico. One email reading, have you heard of any other trips linked to Aspen or Grand Junction? Epstein visited Aspen many times according to these files. One email reads, wheels up at 8:15 a.m. tomorrow would give us arrival 10 a.m. in Aspen. Another, can you tell me, was it you and blank who went with Jeffrey to Aspen, Colorado? A financial report also shows art seemingly purchased by Epstein in Aspen in the early 1980s. Further south, emails between FBI investigators mention a victim of Epstein in Durango. This happened in 2019. Emails.
So look, he's still over there, he's getting victims over there. People saying these Jackson Hole and surrounding areas where girls disappeared. They're saying they're going to investigate this because sick or these monsters. It is a little bit creepy, right? It is a bit creepy when it links in to the Nancy Guthrie situation. Okay, so interestingly, if you check Google Trends database, this measures the relative popularity of search terms on a scale of 1 to 100. It does reveal a spike for a brief search for Nancy Guthrie address, and basically it happened in Grand Junction, Colorado, and this was early in December of 2024. So, okay, let's pull this up one second. So this is a screenshot of basically the search that happened in Grand Junction, where it was actually Googled by somebody in December of 2024 for Nancy Guthrie's address. And then this goes back all the way 5 years. 5 years, obviously, the people doing it now doesn't count. She's been messing.
Foods Marissa Tomei certified. Number 1, sourdough. It's the best of bread for a reason. Instead of being made with commercial yeast, it uses a culture of bacteria. Okay. Fresh bread Tomei bread for tonight. I love bread, especially sourdough. Now, carbs are always made out to be the enemy, but they're actually okay if you eat the stuff healthy one. Number 2, Parmesan cheese. Parmesan is packed with probiotics, and a lot of people don't know this, but the way hard cheese is aged, it actually removes more lactose than soft cheeses. So, if you feel gassy or bloated after eating cheese, switch to Parmesan. Number 3 is olive oil. A good extra virgin olive oil is rich in polyphenols. It can function like prebiotics. Okay? Number 4. If you want the healthiest drinks, things that speed up metabolism, great for skin, great for hormonal health, it's the same rule as for food. Darker is a little better. So for instance, a lot of people that eat black and green tea are great for polyphenols. They have about 100 milligrams per cup. And if you don't drink caffeinated beverages, don't worry. My favorite herbal tea is rooibos, which has tons of polyphenols, and it's really great for heart health. But there's a trick. The polyphenols only come out if you eat them over 4 minutes. Okay, so these are all amazing for your health, but what's crazy is there's a couple of other foods that can be even more powerful than this. You will not believe how good you can feel when you add these next to your morning routine. Keep watching. I'll explain them one by one. This is what people aren't talking about when it comes to women's health. Yes, our bodies change during perimenopause and menopause. That's perfectly normal. But we hope that healthy food would make up the difference to our changing bodies. If we don't get the right things in our diet, health issues follow. Take a look at this chart. 80% of osteoporosis patients are women. That's the same with joint health. 75% of arthritis patients are women. 8% of autoimmune patients overall are women. 2/3 of Alzheimer's patients are women. Even dry eye affects 9 women for every 1 man. Strong bones, smooth digestion, clear vision, healthy joints. We all hope these things are supported by a very healthy diet. But then a healthy diet alone doesn't seem to get the job done. And this doesn't make sense. According to a 2019 report from Harvard Medical School, women in general eat 50% healthier than men. 50% more healthy vegetables and fruits, and they also see the doctor more regularly, they drink less alcohol, they smoke less cigarettes. So something's up. Many foods we're eating are missing certain elements, certain properties that all of us, but particularly women, need to be healthy and thrive. I'm not just talking about junk food. I'm talking about vegetables that are kind of healthy, but kind of aren't. A few years ago, I discovered that when I ate certain foods, including a couple rare ones, I just felt better. And that's why I make this video. My name is Marissa Tomei, and I'm going to share why some fruits and veggies we think of as generally healthy may actually be causing a lot of common health issues. I'm here to tell you firsthand, I personally experienced this, and I want to share exactly how simple it is to really transform your health for the better. And the best part is, it's easy. It works for women and for men, but this video is particularly important for women because a lot of what we've been told about our health is flat out wrong. And fellas, listen up. You've got a wife, a sister, a daughter, a mother. You need to hear this too. So how is it that so many common foods we shop for are missing vital things that we need? Let's take control. The grocery store. It looks like there's a gazillion brands to choose from, right? Actually wrong. Here's what we have in control. About 80% of this food is produced by just 10 companies. Crazy. 10 huge food conglomerates in charge of thousands of foods we put in our bodies. And even some of our favorite small farm, cheap brands are actually owned by one of these 10 gigantic corporations. Maybe you're thinking, so what's the big deal? This is why it's a big deal. These companies don't just package the food. They own the machines that process it. They own the seeds used to grow it. And maybe most importantly, the soil it grows in. And that means whether you buy a box of cookies or a bunch of green beans, we're likely getting food from factory farm soil that in a lot of cases has been stripped of valuable minerals and nutrients that our bodies, like antioxidants and omega-3s and probiotics and polyphenols and adaptogens, all vital elements needed to keep our bones strong, our memory healthy, our mood positive. The more I looked into it, I came to see that soil nutrition is a very real issue. So much so that even when you buy organic, you're often getting fruits and vegetables from depleted soil. So it's not surprising that there's a direct correlation between the damage that's been done to our food over the last 50 years and many health issues rising over the same period of time. We heard of the gender pay gap, right? What we're seeing is a gender health gap. And there's so many people experiencing this themselves. They go out of their way to eat healthy, to exercise, to do all the things that we are supposed to do, and yet they have a lot of these nagging health issues that they just can't seem to kick. When we ask our doctors, the medical community basically has the same by-the-book answer. Well, these changes are just due to perimenopause or menopause. When estrogen production goes down, these health issues go up. Maybe you've had it happen to you. You see a doctor, and it makes you feel like it's not as bad as you say it is. It's just going to pass on its own. I know for me, I leave feeling like nobody heard me. I had this exact thing happen to me a few years back. I was on a set, I was shooting a movie, and I really started to feel like my stomach was in knots. The doctor blew me off. He treated me like I was exaggerating. I was sure that something was wrong, but he acted like it was all in my head. Long story short, I went to another doctor who figured out what was wrong. The thing is, the medical disparity and disregard between men and women is very frustrating. We don't need to be told that we don't know what we're feeling when we know what we're feeling when it comes to our well-being. And I can't believe this. One study found that women who went to the emergency room with severe stomach pain had to wait for
Never been much of a fighter, so wrestling a bugbear would have gone poorly. But you're not here for heroics, are you? Avernus's stench is all over your skin. Let me guess. Your devil mistress sent you to get her soul coin back. Too bad. I earned it, fair and square. Care to explain why you reek of the hells? Considering what I've seen? But if you're not here for the coin, I'd rather enjoy the quiet. There's not much of it anywhere else. Well, that's quite the story. And I thought I was doomed. Now I feel sorry for you. Here. Take this. It's worth a fortune. But a fortune's not worth much if you're dead. Consider it payment for saving my life.
A soul coin, true to its name, holds a mortal soul inside. It serves in the Nine Hells as very valuable currency.
Won't budge.
goblins. Dead travelers.
Were they heading to the Druid's Grove?
Something's waiting up ahead.
Get over there! Surround them like! You've spotted us. Good. It's like they say. No fun in skewing a pig what doesn't know he's cooked. That's supposed to be a threat. Got a set on you, all right. Almost makes me like you. Almost. I'm gonna enjoy pulling off your skin when we're done.
sniffing where you ain't ought to be, friend. Might have to take that nose.
A strange symbol glows, marked on their flesh, and something within you stirs in response.
All you best take is this warning, yeah? Step lightly around here. You're outnumbered. Look what we... Stop that! And you. Hope you got a stomach for heights. What's it bloody look like? We're teaching this here pipsqueak to fly. 'Cause it makes me laugh. You want this little cave lurking, what's it? Find your own. He's ours!
As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority.
Ask him to what? Oh.
The goblin's nostrils flare, as if trying to judge you through smell alone.
We're leaving. What about the gnome? Ain't we supposed to bring him to... I said we're leaving! There's plenty of sport and rich pickings out there for us. Move it! Fresh meats. Scared meats. Yes.
Shadowheart's attention is fixed on a damaged old statue.
We should keep moving. Nothing. The trick of the light. I do. Let's just move along. Time's a rare currency for both of us.
Cut me loose! Bag of Camara. There's pustulant thugs. Well, get on with it. You saved me, now you'll extort me. That's how this works, yes? My own fault. Take my pack, if you can find it. The only...
wish to live in more interesting times. That's curious. Not a chance I'll fit in there. That took the edge off.
As you approach, a guttural and a succession of quick bangs rattle the door. Then, a low moan. Someone, or something, is having a bit of fun.
What the hell are you doing? Puny? I am strong. I am virile. I am
Enough! Moment ruined. Passion squished like slow goats underfoot. We leave.
What's in here? My, what manner of place is this? A path to redemption? Or a road to damnation? Hard to say, for your journey is just beginning. What would suit the occasion? The words to a lullaby, perhaps. The mouse smiled brightly. It outfoxed the cat. Then down came the claw. And that, love, was that. They do know how to write them in Cormier, don't they? Well met, I am Raphael. Very much at your service. It looks like an elf, but it speaks like a beast. Must be the surroundings, rather bleak and lonesome. One feels so exposed. This quaint little scene is decidedly too middle of nowhere for my tastes. Come. There, middle of somewhere. The House of Hope, where the tired come to rest and the famished come to feed lavishly. Go on, partake, enjoy your supper. After all, it might just be your last. Not easily rattled, I see. Good. Makes the next part that much more straightforward. What's better than a devil you don't know? A devil you do. Am I a friend? Potentially. An adversary? Conceivably. But a savior? That's for certain. Oh, a mere trifle. How dear is one's soul, really? A rhetorical question, of course, but let me venture an answer. It's worth very little with a tadpole in your head. One skull, two tenants, and no solution in sight. I could fix it all like that. Yes, I like it when my clients put up a fight, only to realize victory was never an option. Try to cure yourself, shop around, beg, borrow, and steal. Exhaust every possibility until none are left. And when hope has been whittled down to the very marrow of despair, that's when you'll come knocking on my door. Hope. Such a tease. I've always wondered what a laughing mind flayer sounds like. All those pretty little symptoms, sundering skin, dissolving guts, they haven't manifested yet, have they? One might say you're a paragon of luck. I'll be there when it runs out. tore right through these people. They didn't.
Beast reeks of brimstone and offal. Every breath is thick with blood. You hear what comes next before you see it. The sharp snapping of bones and a yelp of pain as her body starts to twist and undulate. You land a swift strike against her skull. She yelps, then goes still. Whatever horrific creature was growing inside the hyena dies along with her.
You've made a grave mistake. One day I'll catch a break.
On I go.
What a horrid sight that was.
Our tadpoles have competition for the most vile parasite, clearly.
Whatever killed those gnolls might be nearby. Careful.
yourself through her eyes, a pulsing red cluster of organs. Feast! No. The voice has forbidden this meat. Knowles see your whole world as a meal. This voice is acting as a leash, but it won't hold them for long. A memory. The beast daubs the symbol of the Absolute on a cave wall in blood. Buried deep, a tadpole struggles to assert control against the ravenous chaos of her mind. As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority. In the cave, anxious hearts throbbing, ready to burst, ready to gorge on. The voice says they are meat. The meat is trapped, terrified, but protected by fire. When the fire dies, the meat will die too. Sensing your presence, the Knowles tadpole writhes in ecstasy, echoing your command. Its host will feast on Knoll flesh to control the hunger, to keep her teeth from your throat. A shiver runs across your mind. You feel sated. flesh of her pack wasn't enough to satisfy her. Her tadpole responds, thrashing violently, and the fragile tissue of her brain tears and splits. You taste the blood in her throat, feel it pooling in the cavity of her skull, but she still resists. She resists, her mind's teeth piercing your brain. Pain shoots through you. She severs the connection and prepares to attack.
Hope your soul is in good hands.
By the gods, you're a sweet sight. Are any of my crew still alive out there? This whole journey's been one grim sight after another. Gnolls, goblins, drow. Risen Road's more dangerous than ever. You're the first friendly face we've seen since Eltergard. We're bound for Baldur's Gate. Got some cargo to deliver. But we've a stop to make along the way. Thanks, but that won't be necessary. We'll find help at Joaquin's Rest. Listen, you look like you know how to handle yourself. You should meet my associates. We've got our own drinking spot by the tavern. Invitation only. Tell the fellow on the door. Little Serpent, Long Shadow. He'll take good care of you. Aye, the whole reason we're in this. He gets his shine.
Tarrants are the currency of the Zentarim, a network of merchants and mercenaries with few scruples.
You know who we are. Very clever. And you probably also know it's not smart to interfere with Zent business. This is the point when a clever lad like you accepts my gratitude and walks away. I like the way you think. Didn't expect to turn this horror show to my advantage, but why not? The chest's all yours. Damn thing's sealed tighter than a duke's purse strings, so there's no point in trying to open it. I know a fence in Baldur's Gate who'll take it off your hands. Nobody will be the wiser. Don't try to cut me out of the deal, though. The Black Network has eyes and blades everywhere. Crafty swine like you could make a name for yourself in the Zahentarim. Make sure to drop by our hideout. What's that?
I'll be glad when we're out of this.
Resolving this peacefully will require more caution than you displayed in getting caught. Your refusal is not
No time for mercy.
Let's make this quick.
Bloody hells. Literally. Just... Now, he knows our secret. He claims he can help. What do you make of him? No doubts at all. He seemed powerful and very knowledgeable about our problem. Not the worst prospect we've stumbled across. As long as you can look past what he is. Good. That's what I wanted to hear. I know people who work much like our new acquaintance does. You don't need a scourge or a rack to break people. Fear and self-doubt is sufficient. When actual pain comes, the victim's already done the heavy lifting for their torturer. There were no right answers with that devil. He was toying with his food. Us. Perhaps you didn't. See? Sowing doubt is an old trick. Watch out for it. And for Raphael.
strange power resonates within the corpse. It calls to you. Your limbs move of their own accord. There's something of value, something your mind craves. Why let its host's memories go to waste? The tadpole has absorbed it all. Its experience could nourish you, strengthen you.
Abandon their hosts as soon as they need to. Vile parasites.
All the more reason to rid ourselves of our own uninvited guests.
There are important matters to discuss. I shall be here in thy camp for whenever thou hast need. I would have words with you.
wasn't expecting it, but I'm glad to have some company on this journey. Must we? No harm in a little mystery, don't you think? Thank you. I'm sure we'll get along perfectly well. There's no story. None that you're entitled to hear, anyway. Just forget you ever saw it.
You don't sleep well, flitting between dreams and nightmares. Maybe you wake up because you know something is wrong. Or maybe you just get lucky.
Shit. No, it's not what it looks like. I swear. I wasn't going to hurt you. I just needed, well, blood.
There, in the dim firelight, you see him for what he really is. A vampire, a slave to sanguine hunger.
I've never killed anyone. Well, it's...
A strange sensation courses through you, and your companion's mind unfolds. You focus on the source of the power, but it is quiet and still. It needs to rest.
At best, I was sure you'd say no. More likely, you'd ram a stake through my ribs. No. I needed you to trust me. And you can trust me. Because we don't have a choice. I need you alive. Please. Only be a taste. I swear. I'll be well. You'll be fine. And let's make us...
It's like a shard of ice into your neck. A quick, sharp pain that fades to throbbing numbness. Your breath catches. Your pulse quickens.
That was amazing. My mind is finally clear. I feel strong. I feel happy. Don't be so dramatic. This is just a little transaction between friends. And look what you've gained. Together, we can take on the world. It won't happen again. You have my word. Now, if you'll excuse me, you're invigorating, but I need something more filling. This is a gift, you know. I won't forget it.
You watch as he stalks towards the forest, stronger, more confident, ready to hunt.
Good morning. How do you feel? A pity. Just be grateful I'm not a true vampire. A bite from them and you might wake up as a vampire spawn, like my good self. All of a vampire's hunger, but few of their powers. Oh no, I should be cinders in this light. I hadn't seen the sun for 200 years before we crashed here. Someone, or something, wants me alive. They've changed the rules. Standing in the sun, wading through a river, wandering into homes without an invitation. They're all perfectly mundane activities now. As for my other quirks, well, we can figure those out in time. No more surprises. I'm just glad you're being sensible. Although there's still time.
A vampire? Well, that explains the pallor. Given our group's nature, I don't see much harm. We're each monsters in the making, after all.
Quite the opposite. I'm here in the spirit of openness and honesty, to work together as a team.
Maybe we could get him to wear a bell. Dissuade any nighttime prowling.
There now. We're all friends again. Shall we go? There's a long day ahead of us.
I wasn't expecting it, but I'm glad to have some company on this journey. I wonder what the next move is.
All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could have.
Me? Never been better. Oh, fuck me. It's you, from the Nautiloid. Please tell me I found you before those so-called Paladins of Tyr did. Good. Great. Glad I don't have to kill you.
A great heat roars through you, her heat, fiery as the hells. Then you're lost in visions of demonic armies as you tear through a landscape of fire and blood. The blood war. You saw it from above as the Nautiloid passed through Avernus. This woman was on the front line.
What was that? Fuck's sake. Mountains as far as the eye can see. Guess that explains the voices. From that peak I got into your head, you've made some inroads trying to get the thing sorted. But alas, no joy. I'm Karlak. And you are... Well met, soldier. Now that we're old pals, how would you feel about helping me kill some evil bastards? A little background, if your moral compass needs something to point at. You already know I fought in the Blood War. I was good at killing demons. Really good. So good, Zariel, the archdevil herself, made me her personal attack dog. I played along until I could get the fuck out of there. Took me 10 years to properly escape, but now I'm free. Zariel sent goon after goon to hunt me down. But believe me when I tell you, I'm not going. The latest yappy little dogs she sicked on me are nearby. A group of dopes posing as paladins of Tyr. Want to help me take them down? Fuck yes. They cornered me outside the toll house just up the hill. Doubt they've gone far after the scorching I gave them. After we've mopped them up, we can work on evicting this parasite and take Faerun by the short hairs. Sound good?
I like her. She looks like she could throw me over her shoulder and carry me to safety. Should the need arise.
Sort of fight.
Need to stay focused.
Well, so much for peace. Best be on my way.
Cut it out. There's worse than gnolls out there.
Nothing we need to worry about.
How about a dragon? That worry you?
I'd give it a bloody good fight, that's for sure.
Only thing you give a dragon is bad gas.
Soldier.
any of Mummy's little friends want to pick up where the others left? Zariel's gotta stop fucking with me, you know? I'm done with it. I'm done with her. I'm free. I'm free. That ought to do it. Whew. Had to let off a little steam after facing off with those ignots. Granted, the fire's lasting a little longer than it should. How do I look? Careful, soldier. If I burn any hotter, I might explode. Hear that? Infernal engine for a heart. Lets me burn as hot as the hells. Seems to be running in overdrive since I left Avernus. Won't be seeing my mechanic anytime soon, so I'll just make the most of the extra heat. Just don't get too close, till I've found a way to calm it down. Burn, baby. As hot as I can tolerate. Makes me a beast in battle. Hardly remember what I was like before it. But it's a bit early in the game to be getting into tragic backstories. Let's save the scar show for later, after we've worked up an appetite for tragedy. Meanwhile, I'll need to find someone who can tune up my engine sooner rather than later. Believe me when I say this thing is hot. The first time I faced down those paladins, they let slip there was an infernal mechanic in the area. A tiefling. He might be able to stabilize things, if I can find him. Sounds like a good lead. Hopefully our guy will be among them. A tune-up would do this old tub a world of good. with fire, baby.
Collapsed tunnel. Looks like it claimed some victims as well.
Something over there.
Feeling fresh?
Oh, that took the edge off.
The Blade of Frontiers. Thought I'd shaken you for good after the Mind Flare ship. You just can't get enough of me, can you?
Karlak, Advocatus Diaboli, the stink of Avernus. Pride of the coast, in the flesh. And you've got...
A great fire roars through you, the fire of the first hell. You are the Blade of Frontiers, racing through the wastes of Avernus. Just ahead, a diabolical figure, red skin, single-curled horn, blazes with flame, bloodied great axe held high. He chases the fiend, ignited with rancor. She is an infernal war devil, a threat to the living, evil incarnate.
Your ally's a fraud, a soldier in the Archdevil Zariel's army. Either I cut her down, or she burns the Sword Coast to ash.
I've tried to tell you, I am not what you think I am.
Another vision. Karlak's blade raised, slicing through devils, Zariel's servants, as her eyes dart around, seeking escape. The man shudders with Karlak's desperation. She is a victim of the Blood War, not an agent of it.
By Baldrin's helm, No! I will not be tricked!
You saw the truth. I may be an effective soldier, but I never wanted to serve Zariel. Legged it away from her the first chance I got.
And yet you served.
catches his breath and his lips straighten. Sheer dread twists his face.
No! Devils cannot be trusted.
Would you listen to sense? This doesn't have to end badly. For either of us. You know monsters, right? Better than anyone. Look into my eyes. Can't you see I'm not what you think?
Shit. You really are no devil, are you? I've been deceived.
Thank the gods. Thought I was gonna have to take your head.
You would have died in the attempt. But there have been enough threats today. Truce?
I'll do you one better. Allies. We're looking to get rid of these parasites for good. And ruin some bastards' days while we're at it. Sounds like your kind of venture.
I've not grown any tentacles yet, thank Baldrin. But luck won't be on our side forever. Yes, you have my blade. Your leader willing, of course.
Well, soldier, what's the word?
Let my deeds to come prove my worth. I've pledged my life to protecting the meek from monsters. But tonight, I was the rampaging beast. Well met, and 1,000 sorries. I see the good in you, Karlak. I promise not to lose sight of it, even when the hells burn hottest.
The famous Blade of Frontiers in the flesh. Clever, this hero act you've got going.
Hero, Blade, names strangers gave me. My friends call me Will.
Excellent. If we ever become friends, I'll know what to call you.
Glad Will saw sense. Even more glad he decided to stick around. Takes a pretty slick mover to track down old Karlak. Fair. But still, the man's got a reputation for being lethal with that blade. I'm glad it's on our side.
You've been witness to a pantomime, I'm sorry to say. And I've played my part all too poorly. I can say only this. Karlak's not the only one who's had a villain's knife held to their throats. One night soon, when we make camp, the veil will be lifted, and I'll pay my penance. You're not in any danger.
The Blade of Frontiers. Let's hope Will lives up to his name. I don't know what you mean. It's nothing, really. You're not going to let this go, are you? You might wish you had. I worship Shah, the Mistress of the Night. It is my holy mission to oppose Selûne, her teachings and her followers. It hurts. Now that you have the truth, please don't make a big fuss about it. True. I didn't think you'd react so pragmatically. Perhaps I should have told you sooner. badly. You already know my biggest secrets. What more can you ask? What, besides my life's calling and the greatest problem I've ever faced? Well, I like night orchids and can't swim. Is that the sort of thing you meant? It's a deal. No, I can't. I mean, I literally can't. There's certain things I can't remember right now. Shah's secrets must be preserved above all else. All who worship her know this. I have had certain memories suppressed, voluntarily, so that I can serve Shah without compromising her. If I manage to return to Baldur's Gate and fulfill Shah's mission, then my memories will be restored.
Hey, Funny you should ask. I was just thinking about what would have become of us without that Nautiloid. I mean, I know where I'd be. Trapped in Avernus still, with the Blade of Frontiers on my tail. But what about you? Lucky you. Sometimes I think I'd be better off indulging in a bit of light oblivion. Well, we may as well make some good memories mixed in with the body horror, huh?
Is life but a waking death, or doth it serve some other purpose?
The Blade of Frontiers at your calling. Are you sure? And just
There's something I want to talk to you about. I could have died in that pod, back on the Nautiloid. You could have died, spending precious moments trying to free me, but you did it anyway. I owe you my life. I'm trying to say that you've earned my trust in a way very few ever have. I want that to mean something. I want you to know more about me, at least from what I can remember. As long as I've prayed to Lady Shah, I've wished to serve her as a dark justiciar. There is scarcely a greater way to fully dedicate yourself to Lady Shah, save perhaps if you become the head of her church. To become a dark justiciar is to become the Night Singer's sword arm, her implement with which she will cast down the unbelievers and win the final battle to restore her perfect, endless darkness. It's all I ever wanted. I prayed it was my calling. But Mother forbid me from seeking to prove myself worthy of the rank. She said I was not ready. Not my mother, I should add. The Mother Superior, head of Lady Shah's enclave in Baldur's Gate. Sometimes I wonder if she would ever deem me ready. I owe her everything, and I only wish to serve, yet she can prove inscrutable. I don't know. Perhaps if I succeed in my mission and reach Baldur's Gate, hope has little place amongst Lady Shah's children. It's an illusion, a distraction. But for this, I hope my time will yet come. Thank you. I had a feeling you'd be understanding. The wound on my hand. It never quite heals. And sometimes it causes terrible pain to rip through me. It's my burden, though, from Lady Shah. I can feel her influence somehow. It's difficult to say. Sometimes I wonder if it's supposed to be guiding me, punishing me, testing me. But perhaps it's none of those. Perhaps it's completely random. I'd like to hope there's more to it than that. Some meaning that Lady Shah will reveal to me when the time is right. Until then, all I can do is endure. I cannot say. Not with what I can recall. But even then, it would not be for me to question her will. Lady Shah has her reasons. I don't think so, but you're sweet to ask. Maybe just be patient the next time you see me wince or cry out. It'll pass quickly enough. It always does. Pain is sacred to followers of Lady Shah. Pain will give way to loss and then to the peace of her eternal darkness. You can tolerate a great deal of suffering so long as it has meaning.
place looks like it's been abandoned a good while. But hey, maybe we can scare up a few dusty bottles of wine somewheres.
I like your way of thinking. Split any takings we find?
Sister? Don't be shy.
No one's stopped me yet.
I'd love to, thanks.
Come, there are important matters to discuss.
here. Unless you got another reason to be here. Fexite.
As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority.
How'd you know? Dumb as a rock, but world class at tearing the throats out of wee ones, she is. Rest of her litters inside in the pens. Beautiful beasts. Course, ripped out 3 bellies on our last raid alone. Be a shame if you came all this way without having a look. But I can't let you pass just like that. Celebrating a raid we are. You'll need to wear our war colours. Nice to have this across the mug. Ought to do it. Ha! You what? Nah, you're all hot air. No, go on. Don't skimp, neither. All right. Calm down. I'll do it. Just give me a moment to... Absolute preserve me. It's still warm. It's gone. Are we done? No! No more for me. On you go.
Next time, Grib will be on guard duty. Right, boss?
Grib couldn't guard his nose from his fingers.
And the Knoll gnawed her arm clean off. So much for the flaming fist, eh? You ain't here? Drow glorious. Bunch of prisoners got towed to... But the flaming fist? Pile of smoking corpses. You ain't know the broken road. Up north.
Looking at a future true soul, you are. Boss Ragslin says I'm next in line. Tribe? Tribe!
Hear my voice. Obey my command.
The voice is irresistible. You recognize the overwhelming authority that you've used on others, only infinitely stronger, and turned against you. Your vision floods, leaving you in a dark, featureless shadowscape. Nothingness in every direction. Then there are 3 figures.
The age their
feel energy pulsing from the artifact, lifting the pain from you, pushing the voice away.
My power grows. My forces gather. The reckoning draws near.
Don't give me that look. I don't know what just happened any more than you do. We should keep going.
Nice one, Shadowheart. That thing in your pocket seems powerful as hell.
Trust me, I will. Let's keep going.
Sounds like they've captured themselves a bar.
Great glory! Come, fill the front row. Be you beguiling, or be you beheaded?
Back off!
Goblin kind will tease you and throat you and redden. With fragulous crown and with scepter abraid, draw Ragslin, short work of the innkeeper made. The inn burnt to ash. The captives were many. Goblet kind had reduced them to cowering filfenny. So raise it your goblets and drain them with pride. Draw Ragslin, the true soul, had led you galide. I never.
You! Move off!
Do as she says. Now. Now, where was I?
Wait a tick. That a friend of yours?
Oh, certainly not. What are you doing? I'm busy here.
You lying.
To you? Never. Come, let's continue our ballad. Draw Ragslin, draw Ragslin. I am draw Ragslin. Tumptuous. Draw Ragslin.
You broke him!
Wait, wait. Draw Ragslin. We pray. We.
Come on, pigeon! Back to your cage!
Now look what you've done.
On!
Of course.
Her name's Gribble, idiot!
Right, yes. More fool me.
Hey, go on! Give the walk some booze! Love it!
Well, now, you look like a tough un, but have you got smarts, skills, guts? And you're gonna need it, mate. This ain't your standard dungeon dive, right? This is chicken chasing. Only the greatest game since eggs sprouted legs, mate. You just gotta chase the chicken round the course and through the posts. But that ain't all. Gotta do it quick and alone. Any of your mates step in, you lose. Time runs out, you lose. Sound easy? It ain't. Better contenders than you have been bested by the bird. Fun? Show a bit of respect, mate. This is serious business. Besides, we got to agree stakes before we begin, don't we? Cocky, eh? Maybe you've got the skill to back it up. Or maybe I'm about to make a heap of coin. Let's get a crowd going and find out, eh? We're starting a new game! Move your eyes!
We have to find Halsin before it's too late. I doubt he's goblin.
Let's hope we find him in one piece.
What are you waiting for? Shimmy on the... Chase! That! Chicken! Get it back on the field! It's small but quick on its claws. We're gonna have a win!
Let's make it interesting, eh? Let's make it interesting, eh?
Get in there!
You might be one of the... That's the game done. Come here. Well, looky here. Seems like you know your way around the course. Pardon? You're what? Think you misunderstood, mate. Ain't no winnings, 'cause only a goblin can win chicken chase. Says so in the rules.
As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority.
You're a true soul? Here, it were only a bit of fun, all yours.
Something stirs deep within you, hungry and alert. It's taking something you'll never get back.
Just a bit of fun. No disrespect meant.
That's right. Keep drinking. You look like looking to spend it. Get moving. I've got other customers. Oi! Who took the Innkeep's ring? It was for sale!
You kill him?
Nah.
Fresh disarm with me bare hands. Weaker than pixies, humans.
Oh, you got him good.
And who are you? A half-elf, thinking you rule the world. Ah!
The mark glows, but you feel nothing in response. Your illithid power is beyond reach until you rest.
Things are changing. We got the absolute on our side now. You better learn your place. Go on. Kiss my foot. Or I'll wipe that nasty look right off your pretty face. Look, mate, just piss off. You're not welcome here. Show us what you got!
Stop! Stop!
Wait! I yield! I yield! Yes! Yes! There! There! I've done it. Arrogant pig.
He came!
Crazy deranged monsters. I gotta take
Gracias, Proud of yourself? Don't go thinking you can beat him in a fair fight! You hear me?
Meat ain't ready yet. The wolves take an age to roast. He found us. Don't know what he was doing here or where he came from. Lads inside are trying answers out of one of his mates. Nah, druids are all beardy and woodsy, ain't they? This lot were a scabby gang of tomb robbers. Had a big old war bear with them, though. Took 5 of our meanest lashes to chain it up. We'll beat the fight out of it and make it one of our own. Enjoy poking holes in people, do ya? He's inside. Keep to the right and follow the screams.
Not everyone subscribes to what is.
Stupid, dead bastard! Give him a good kicking! He deserves it! He killed my mum and dad! Made a bloody orphan of me! I ain't bothered about it. Better off without them. Stupid old geezers should have put up more of a fight! Don't mean we can't enjoy putting the boot into this prick a stick, though. You look like you think you're hard. Mess with us, and you'll end up like this bleeder. ugly bastard!
You could curdle warg milk with that ugly mug.
This ugly bastard is the first human I ever killed!
Should take a trophy. Cut off his ear.
I'll be a big old boy.
Oi! Get off! I killed him! He's mine!
The mark glows, but you feel nothing in response. Your illithid power is beyond reach until you rest.
Oh, we never get anything! Come on, let's see if we can snatch that stupid chicken.
That's the that of it. I'm talented. That's the... Yeah.
None of you want to join the chase? Too chicken for the chicken. Hey, no more games today, true soul. We ain't worthy, what with the absolute on your side and all. All the great chasers are dead. Bloody cock. Split.
No slowing down. I ain't drunk enough.
No, go inside. Inside, boy.
Bloody racket.
Oh, come on now. They're just having a bit of fun.
Oi! Ain't no party in here. We're doing the absolute's work. State your business. Now.
The mark glows, but you feel nothing in response. Your illithid power is beyond reach until you rest.
All right. Normally we stick you foreign types in the spider pit. But the absolute says we're all making nice now. So in you go, I suppose. Bloody
Seluna, let's do what we have to do, then get out of here. Good. I wasn't in...
So much fun that those thieves almost got past.
We got 'em though, eh? And once the whelp starts singing.
This room's dedicated to Seluna, vile moon witch. For once, the goblin's decorations are an improvement.
What do they need to be looking at any of us for, is what I'm saying? We're all on the same side, although we're gonna set the true soul on fire.
Don't go bothering my pigeon. He's mine. Keep him safe. Listen to him coo. Till I gets hungry or some such. What's it to ya? Then catch one on your own.
The mark glows, but you feel nothing in response. Your illithid power is beyond reach until you rest.
All right, calm down. I don't want no trouble. Here's the key. Pigeon's all yours.
Look at this. I'm quite saved. I guarantee the story of your daring rescue of my person will live on for eons. We mustn't tarry, but I hate for our French smashing. I'll...
Poor lad. But
please!
Here to see your friend, have ya? Come and join him if you like.
Say will take over. His work is sloppy. He'll kill the prisoner too quickly.
The mark glows, but you feel nothing in response. Your illithid power is beyond reach until you rest.
You? I'll believe that when I see it. Get out then. Right. On. What you still? Your hideout is. Ain't so hard, is it? Just tell me.
You look like you could kick the ass of half the No, me though. I'm hard as they come, and I'm itching for another fight. Ha! Could do with more like you in my next raiding mob. Keep your blade sharp. You should come on.
And don't worry about passing out. I'll make sure you stay awake. What you... Your hideout is.
I'm watching ya. Spike promised that I'd eaten meat.
Attention!
What you...
Never a dull moment.
Again? Do you want to become spider food?
you feel nothing in response. Your illithid power is beyond reach until you rest.
Ready for this? Knees high.
Should get started.
Heading there.
Think you can take me on? Need to find a way forward.
Find a route.
Sometimes the only way out is through. What path lies before me? sorcerer. You aided a bear without either way, I owe thanks. I am the yes, but just Halcyon will suffice. Unbecoming to demand honorifics from the one who saved my hide. Parasites in your head that... You mean you have one of them? Oak Father preserve you, child. You're infected, aren't you? The Mind Flayer's spawn. But something's different. You're aware of the monster inside you. You don't bow to the Absolute like the true souls do. How is this possible? Perhaps. But I wouldn't want to place all my faith in blind luck. You weren't speaking lightly when you said you needed help. Let me tell you what I know. I've been studying these parasites for a while now. Ever since I discovered these so-called true souls are infected with them. Someone is using very powerful magic to modify these tadpoles. They're using them to exert control over the infected. I'm sorry to say, I can't undo that magic, which means I can't cure you. But that doesn't mean I can't help. I didn't find what I came here for, a way to remove the tadpoles, but I found the next best thing. I found out where they come from. That must be where these enchantments are placed on them. And it's where you'll find your cure. Indeed. After we dealt with the drow that ambushed us, Nettie and I were able to inspect the corpse, and the creature that slithered out of it. I had no idea anyone beyond their ranks was infected. You have my sincere sympathies. I overheard that the cultists are sending all of their captives to Moonrise Towers. Innocents go in, true souls come out. Given that all of these true souls are infected, it has to be the source for this magic. If you want to find a cure, you must head there and discover how the tadpoles are being manipulated. find a cure. But I need to settle matters here first. I've no right to ask more of you. But if you could help me, I'd be free to join your journey to Moonrise. I cannot allow these butchers to threaten my grove. The natural order must be protected. My thanks. If you prevail, I'll owe you the debt of a lifetime. Rare is the beast that survives decapitation. Help me eliminate the Drow Minthara, the hobgoblin draw Ragslin, and that perversion of a priestess, Gut. They are the ones holding these parasites together. Remove them, and nature will cure itself. There is no safety. Not while this rot festers. Once it is cut out, once the grove is secure, then I shall leave. May Sylvanas guide your hand. Focus on the leaders. That's all it will take to restore the balance here.
Decaying legs protrude from the hole. A failed escape, it seems. It seems the tunnel collapsed mid-dig and suffocated him. A crooked heart is embroidered on his left shoe. The body comes loose, revealing a tunnel. Perhaps you can escape where he failed.
Still blocked, but should be easy enough to clear. Still blocked, but should be easy enough to clear.
we just swarm the forest.
Drow wants to know exactly where those adventurers came from.
What are they doing? Hiding in trees?
Smells like burnt flesh in here.
I ain't never felt so strong.
Watch how you go. There's a trap.
Praise his ever-bleeding axe.
You know Maglubiet, a tyrannical deity who...
Trying to interrupt my prayers? Scared of a real god? You're as gormless as the rest of them. They'll turn on you soon enough. You'll end up being supper for us, 'cause I'm loyal to Maglubiet. 'Cause I ain't having my head turned by some upstart god. Maglubiet's looked out for me since I was bollocks to this absolute...
Disarming traps requires skill and finesse. Getting the attention of this guard required neither. Usually, this is the point where the guard leaves you alone.
What's this?
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
I've got it.
Time to push my luck again. these days.
vision.
On my way. Something good here, I hope. I'll feel that one later. Better than nothing. I'm exhausted. Better find somewhere to camp soon. Still breathing, despite everything.
Infernal metal. That's what my engine's made of. Hang on to that.
your hands to yourself. You attacked someone. Only the guards are allowed to.
Got to press on.
Another day, another fight.
Poor fucker.
Not a chance I'll fit in there.
Please, let me out. There's no reason for this.
The lock clicks and opens.
make it to the Grove on my own.
Got it. What's it gonna take?
I've got a long road ahead.
Should get some rest. I need to keep sharp.
fighters have to die. The very natural order of things.
You did it. You actually did it. No, that's not right. Praise you, my friend.
Killing's never my first choice, but those three were too dangerous to leave alive. And you'll receive... I can see...
going. These boots have seen everything.
Ready.
You don't have permission to be here. You're about to be ejected.
Cry about it.
Never a dull moment. No time for mercy.
sorrows guide us. Did you want something?
Very far down. We'll have to go in to see the bottom.
More effort than a pit of Sphinx. Credit where it's due.
Light on my feet. What's that? What the? This stuff is everywhere.
and blades always sharp.